the honor, for the glory. Horsepower and steel unite. These are the Knights of Thunder. This season, the Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series will conquer dirt tracks across the land. On every battlefield, there is a winner. To the bravest and the fastest go all the spoils. See the heroics, feel the power, hear the thunder. The Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series. Let the battle begin. Welcome, race fans, to Merrittville Speedway, where tonight it's take 3 for the season opener for the brand new Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series. Also on the card tonight, the Action Sprint Tour, Sportsman, and Hoosier stocks. I'm Greg Kellnan, standing here in Thorold, Ontario, where tonight we bring our first full card of action from Merrittville Speedway of the 2021 season. It's an exciting night of action, and as always, I've got Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey with me here tonight. Let's go down trackside and hear from them.
Merrittville Speedway, one of the tightest racetracks we visit all season long. It is a third-mile, D-shaped, unique speedway. And I say that because you just saw turn number 4. Things get really tight off of 4, and if there's one thing you're going to notice about tonight's racing, every division is jam-packed full of race cars. They are going to be using every square inch of this racetrack, which includes, right beside me, the infamous moat. You don't see it much, but down the straightaway, the banking goes away down towards the concrete wall. And if you've got a big run on the car in front of you, this can sometimes be the only place to go to find racing room. They're going to use every square inch of racetrack tonight. It's going to be a phenomenal show. You don't want to miss a single minute.
Well, today, guys, this story is the first event in 2021 for the Action Sprint Tour, but more importantly, it's the first ever event for the Knights of Thunder. We've got both the crate divisions and the 360s. 23 360 showed up, 33 crates are here to race for the first event of the season. Merrittville Speedway was a tough, tricky track, and we're going to see what these guys have to offer here tonight. The other situation is a lot of these drivers maybe have never even been to Merrittville Speedway, so we're going to follow that. We have a lot of veterans here who also grew up here, so lots of storylines throughout the night, and we'll be here in the pits all night long following them up for you guys.
When we return, the dirt begins to fly here on G-Force TV.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave Ribs. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Wick perfected fire. Quick Wick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Wick retailer at quickwick.com.
What makes a trailer a Miska? Is it the heavy-duty Canadian steel they are made from? Or is it the exceptional finish that will last year after year? How about knowing that these are the best backed trailers in the industry? These are the reasons you buy Miska. So what makes these trailers a Miska? It's the hard-working Canadians who craft them. We are Miska. We are Canadian tough.
Welcome, race fans, to Merrittville Speedway. Sunny Saturday night here in Thorold, Ontario. I'm Greg Kellnan, along with me, Adam Ross, and down trackside, Clinton Jeffrey, as we see sprint cars on the racetrack for the first time in 2021, our first dirt race of the season after the lengthy rain out last Saturday night down at Brighton Speedway. But we've got an action-packed card here tonight. You see the 360s getting set to be pushed off, still waiting for their hot lap sessions, as there's been some internet issues here for timing and scoring, so we're a little bit behind on schedule right now, but we'll get these cars through their hot lap sessions, and we'll get to the racing action here tonight. Once again, the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series are on the card tonight, along with the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. We've also got the Sportsman division here at Merrittville, along with the Hoosier stocks, so 4 divisions in total. And going to be a great night tonight. Adam, it's much better weather than we faced last week down at Brighton.
I don't even want to talk about weather. It's beautiful. There's no reason to believe that it won't be beautiful all night long, but I'd rather not talk about it.
Fantastic view there of our 25% capacity here tonight at Merrittville Speedway. And next week, things will open up for racetracks up to 75%, so that's great news for racetracks all across the province of Ontario. And we'll be on the road next week at Flamborough Speedway with the APC Series on G-Force TV, round number 2 for them. But tonight, plenty of great racing ahead for us. And the 360s, they did the waiting game 1 week ago. These drivers are itching to get back at it. It's been since last September that they turned laps.
You know, and there's been so much talk constantly, because I'm involved in some of the chat groups where the organization does their communication. Clinton Jeffrey's able to keep in touch with people. They're able to talk to each other. It seems like years have gone by. There's been so much talk. Do you ever get to the point where, stop it, no more talking, we've got to get to a racetrack, we've got to get on the track? Great to see these cars rolling out here tonight.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, because normally a race season would start mid-May, sometimes earlier than that. Usually the Spring Sizzler here at Merrittville is in late April, so it's a really late start for these sprint car teams, but they're ready to go and just itching to get at it. And mix into this a whole bunch of drivers that are just waiting to get back onto the track. We've got a mix of drivers that are waiting for their first ever laps in a 360 competitively. They've got some practice in, but no laps here competitively.
No, and you know what? This is a tricky racetrack, Greg, but at the same time, as a third mile oval, it's almost the best place to come to put some laps in. You know, you always have to be up on the wheel. You always have to be aware of what's going on, but the speeds aren't so great that you feel like you're taking a risk every lap. I don't know. Man, I'm having trouble.
I had that conversation actually last night with Bailey Hurd, and he's one of the drivers moving up from the crate sprint car division into the 360s, and he said he does have a few laps here in the 360 at Merrittville, but he said, you know, it probably is just to what you were saying. It's good that he gets to start here at Merrittville instead of Ohsweken Speedway, which is high speed and things can go wrong really fast there. Not that any driver's timid to not want to tackle Ohsweken as their first, but this is exactly what you say, a good way to get your feet wet.
I think so, and a huge field of cars. So if you're in a 360 sprint for the first time, the good news is you're going to qualify. Yeah. Keep the car in one piece. There's almost a full field of cars here, which is fantastic. I mean, more than 20 cars, phenomenal, especially considering nobody can cross the border, so these are all homegrown talents. The Action Sprint Tour, it might be a while before some of these drivers qualify for a feature event. It's just tough sledding out there.
Yeah, total tonight we have 34 drivers entered for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. For the Knights of Thunder, we've got 22, so as you mentioned, all those drivers will make it. The Rick's Delivery Sportsman Division, 28 entries for them and 34 for the Hoosier stock, so great car counts here tonight as we see the 360s getting pushed off for their hot lap session. Sean Evans out there, Corey Gruel. Sean Evans in that 87X, Corey Gruel in the 35C. Jim Hoopinen back in the 14H for the Glenn Stires Racing team. Jamie Turner in the 11. Tyler Rand back to the sprint cars in the 84. Liam Martin moves to Steve Lyons number 9, and we'll have to have a little jar here to see how many times I call him Steve Lyons. Dan Anacote behind him, and some new colors for Jordan Poirier. And I don't think you could not paint the car, and he'd be the favorite, I think, to win after, I think it was 3 in a row last year that he was able to sweep up.
He is a talent. How about Jamie Turner, the timeless veteran? Always got to be different. That wing is much flatter than any other wing out there on the racetrack.
And he's someone that's got a million miles on this racetrack as well. So every driver, though, that's the thing. Every driver has their own likes and dislikes. You can put one driver in another driver's car, and that might be the fastest car in the field, but they may not feel comfortable the way it's set up and hooked up, and that's why you will see different wing angles on these cars. Some like them pitched all the way to the back, get as much of the grip as they can in the rear.
The green flag flies for this practice session, and exactly, it's driver preference. So I'm going to watch Jamie Turner a little bit. So not only has he got very little wing in the car, he's not really pitching it into the corner. He's running a lower line than a lot of these sprint car racers, and pedaling it just a little bit. So it doesn't look like our live timing is working at the moment.
All sorts of internet glitches here at the Speedway tonight. Let's see. Yeah, it's not hooked up, so we can't get you lap times at the moment.
But we can talk about the laps being turned out here as the checkered flag has flown. And Jamie Turner's car is wicked loose, as you would expect it to be with the wing as flat as it is. So that is session number 1 for the 360 Sprint. Another set of cars being rolled up onto the racetrack in turn number 3.
I want to thank you for joining us here on GeForceTV.net, here on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe and hit that notification ringer. Give us a thumbs up as well. And we're also broadcasting on Facebook Live. So if you're watching on Facebook with us, you can share that up with your friends and let them know to tune in to tonight's broadcast here on GeForce TV.
Again, beautiful night. The flags are absolutely still at the moment. Sun is in the sky. It'll be up fairly late, but by the time the features roll out, we will probably be in the dark, Greg, which is where you spend most of your time.
Pretty much. Well, I do have to work with you, so. There, I'm going to do my part, share this on Facebook. So if you are watching on Facebook and you're maybe sitting at home and watching this on your cell phone, say, hey, I'd like to watch this on my TV or my computer, then you can go to YouTube, watch the full thing there. A little bit friendlier for TV setups, GeForceTV.net, or just go to YouTube and type in GeForce TV.
Welcome to Merrittville Speedway race fans for tonight's racing action. We got a great lineup of racing tonight. But first, we got to get going with our anthem. So if you can and you are able to, please rise and remove your hats for the playing of the Star Spangled Banner and O Canada. Race fans, it's Jonathan Howe up in the booth calling the action for the Hoosier Sox tonight and the Sportsman.
33, 2018.
Oh, you guys can go. They're fine then.
For the action sprints and the 360 sprints tonight. As cars begin to roll, let's have a look at the starting lineup for heat number 1. Devin Bonker from Hagersville, Ontario in the 3B will start on pole for heat number 1. Then Brandon Swinson to the outside in the 96O. Starting third will be Jim Lampman from Caister Centre, Ontario in the 28. Alongside Jason Fontaine from Port Coleman, Ontario in the 1J. Starting fifth in heat number 1, Go Fast People from Thorold, Ontario in the 11. And then Kevin Knapp from Allenburg, Ontario will start alongside in the 33. Starting 7th, it's Chris Hale in the 79 from Guelph, Ontario. To his outside, Mike Lazinga from Hagersville, Ontario.
First race of the evening, pulling out of the pit area and ready to go. The Hoosier Stocks here at the Merrittville Speedway. Heat number 1 will line up like this on the pole in the 3B out of Hagersville. That'll be Devin Bacher. To the outside in the 960, that is Brandon Swinson. Starting third from Keister Center in the 28th, that'll be Jim Lampman. Alongside him, the Fawns out of Port Colborne, Ontario, Jason Fontaine in the 1J. Starting in fifth from Thorold, Ontario in the 11th, Go Fast Teeple. Out of the outside, going from sixth, it's Kevin Knapp out of Allenburg. Starting seventh, Chris Hale from Guelph in the 79, Mike Klozinga. So from eighth, out of Hagersville in the 93K, Donnie Lampman starts in the ninth spot from Keister Center in the 28D. 9 cars, make that 8 laps. The distance for this first of 4 qualifying heats for the Hoosier Stocks tonight. Great crowd on hand for this race here tonight. The green flag is up right away in race number 1. Fontaine will grab the early lead down the backstretch. Here comes Jim Lampman through the middle. He'll look for the second spot on that 960, the 960 that is. Brandon Swinson as they're 4 wide off the fourth corner.
My microphone works a lot better when I turn it on. Mental note, we'll keep that in check for next time. Look at the paint scheme. It is not even a paint scheme because it's a wrap on Go Fast Teeple's number 11. I've never seen a plaid race car.
That was the first thing that caught my eye, and it's going to get wrapped up in an accident right there. Well, they get it straightened out. In corner number 4 is Brandon Swinson and Go Fast Teeple tangled. But they make it out. Meanwhile, Jason Fontaine out in front of Chris Hale and Jim Lampman, your top 3. Devin Bacher, he got sideways up in corner 4. Behind him, the 33 also gets out of shape. That's Kevin Knapp. Everyone keeps it straight, though, and we stay under the green flag.
Yeah, Kevin Knapp looks to be fighting a fairly loose race car out there, and Bacher, he's recovered well as he's making a move to the outside of Lampman right now into 3 and 4. But you can see these cars, they are really tiptoeing down into the corner.
Cross flags come out. 4 in, 4 to go in this first qualifying heat of the night for the Hoosier Stocks here at Merrittville Speedway. Fontaine, Hale, and Lampman, the top 3. How about Chris Hale? Started in the 7th spot, and he made easy work getting up to 2nd. And the caution flag out as Swinson goes around in corner number 1. First caution flag of the evening. As now the Lampmans have found one another. Donnie Lampman started 9th. He's worked up to 4th now and caught his father. Four on the board, 4 to go in this first qualifying heat of the night.
Some beautiful looking Hoosier stocks. It's always nice to come to the races early in the season, Greg, and look at the new paint schemes and look at these cars. Looking pretty.
Yeah, a lot of great looking cars. You talked about Go Fast Teeples, but there are a lot of nice cars in this division. Chris Hale again, always. The Lampmans always put together a nice looking machine. And more to come here tonight as this time by we'll go back to the green flag with the Fawns. Jason Fontaine leading the way.
Good to have the G-Force TV gang here as
Recently
well.
celebrated a birthday. Happy birthday to the Fawns.
Always good to see Greg and Adam and the whole gang. Green flag back in the air.
Fonz rolls back on the throttle. We are underway once again in the top 3. Open up a couple of car lengths over young Donnie Lampman.
Looks like Hale's actually going to have to push.
Lampman down to the inside. Jim Lampman rather for the 2nd spot. Now here comes Knapp to the inside of Donnie Lampman looking for the 4th spot. They'll go door to door as they're 3 and 4. Off the corner, put Knapp to 4th now. Donnie Lampman back to 5th.
One around in turn number 3, and that's the 960 machine.
Brandon Swinson once again around. He brought out the first caution, and he'll bring out the second caution. Now we see Go Fast Teeple around in corner number 1. And the Beamsville Fish and Chips number 11. That car always makes me hungry every time we announce his sponsor. There's nothing like a good feed of fish and chips. Do you like fish and chips? Well, I don't know. Not everybody likes fish.
Is a frog's butt watertight? Yeah, I like fish and chips. See, it's funny because if the butt wasn't, the frog would fill up with water.
One of our Hoosier stocks here.
You're filled up with something tonight.
Fired up on the high side of 3 and 4.
Sausage and sauerkraut.
Teeple is away.
Oh, it was a good lunch.
Feels the heel of the yellow flag.
So there's Brandon Swinson in what is the 96-0, I guess is how that is. Not the 960, it's the 96-0. And he gets pushed off. Oh, smoke coming out maybe? Oh.
I thought it was 960. I thought that's an odd number. Well, it's actually an even number, but it's a strange number.
Four heats of Hoosier stocks, and then we've got 4 heats of the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's, 3 heats for the Rick's Delivery Sportsman division, and then 3 heats for the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint cars. As we go back under the green flag, Jason Fontaine, Chris Hale, and Jim Lampman, 1, 2, and 3 back into corner 1. 5 forward, 3 to go.
Chris Hale hobbled a little bit between 1 and 2. I thought it was going to open the door more for Jim Lampman there, but Lampman couldn't get on the throttle. Kevin Knapp could. Knapp right up behind them, and here comes Donnie Lampman charging through the bottom of the turn.
Knapp looking to the inside of Jim Lampman. And that black number 33 as they go door to door off the second corner. Knapp's been very good on the bottom. Little contact down the back stretch and into corner number 3.
So they ease in, Knapp, and you can see the spike the throttle to get the car to lurch ahead of Jim Lampman. The white flag is out one more time. Jim going to try to mount that challenge back again, but Kevin Knapp has other thoughts. He's closing in on Chris Hale.
Meanwhile, there's the Fonz. Jason Fontaine leading into corner number 3, coming to the checkered flag. The first of the night will go to Jason Fontaine. Chris Hale will cross the line in second with Kevin Knapp. And then Jim Lampman will come home 4th, 5th, Donnie Lampman, with Mike Klezinga crossing the line in 6th, and Go Fast People in 7th. 8th will go to Devin Bacher, and then 9th will be the 96-0 of Brandon Swinson. With heat number 2 coming out onto the speedway, going from the pole at Port Colborne in the 7X machine, the RM Racing Lubricant Super Mario's Pizza 7X. That'll be Dave Small to the outside, and car number 97 from Burlington, that's Ron Loggy. Inside of row number 3 out of Jersey, inside of row number 2 in the 3rd starting spot from Jerseyville, the Advantage Electric number 53, that's Logan Schwedick. And going from 4th out of Brantford in car number 13, theshedinaday.com, 13 is Casey Huffman. Rolling off from the 5th spot, from all the way down in Merlin, Ontario in car number 21, that's Spencer Smolders. And going from 6th in the 84 RK out of Victoria, that is Ryan Beagle. From Port Colborne in the 01 Junior, that's Barry Beck Jr., Mike Thorne, Mikey Bobby out of Caledonia, Barn, Aikens Motors 55, he'll go from 8th and going from 9th. From Merlin, Ontario as well in the 96, that's Steve Shaw Sr.
First time through 3 and 4, big old push for Ron Loggy in the 97, goes up the track, loses 4 spots, Dave Small out in front, but here comes Logan Schwedick, contact between Schwedick and Dave. Spencer Smolders to the inside net number 21.
Full drag race down the backstretch, Smolders on the bottom, Schwedick on the outside, door to door through the corner, off they come, down to the front stretch, Smolders will lead lap number 2, Schwedick in 2nd, Small right now in the 3rd spot. In the 4th position, it is the Ron Loggy, number 97, then Barry Beck Jr. right now running up the top 5. How about Steve Shaw Sr. now up, working on a top 5 position. He started in the rear.
Top 3 right together. Smolders kind of using the bottom line, but not quite as bottom as Dave Small in the 7. Logan Schwedick still hammering on the outside there in the 53. Now maybe he's going to try a crossover here, but the front end just would not stick.
Oh, Casey Huffman took a wild excursion off of corner 4. He'll gather back up. Here's the battle at the front. Smolders out in front of her. Schwedick and Small. Good fight there amongst those 3 drivers, and now the 01 of Barry Beck Jr. is into it.
I mean, nobody in this heat is handling really well. Schwedick to the inside again as Smolders. He'll make that move. Smolders with a nice crossover, driving back up the inside of that 53, and looks like Schwedick going to get the advantage, at least for the time being.
Here comes Small looking down to the inside of Smolders for the runner-up spot as they cross the line. It's 2 laps left to go for Logan Schwedick. Over the 21 of Smolders, then it's Small in third, and Ryan Beagle putting some pressure now on Barry Beck for the 4th position.
Well, Beck's looking pretty racy here up on the outside. He's going to close in on Small, and Ryan Beagle, the slicker a racetrack gets, the more Ryan Beagle likes it. He makes a move to the inside of Barry Beck for position off of 4.
Final time around with Logan Schwedick out in front over top of the Smolders, Spencer Smolders, number 21. Small now trying to fight off Ryan Beagle, who slipped by back.
Final time of turn number 4. It's a drag race to the finish. Schwedick takes the win over Smolders. Small holds off Ryan Beagle for 3rd. Rounding up the top 5 is Barry Beckton and Steve Shaw, Logie, Mike Thorne.
Casey Huffman will conclude the running order there for that 2nd qualifying heat. 2 still to come here for the Hoosier Stocks.
Number 3 in the Hoosier Stocks now.
Blake Bomberry Jr. will go from the pole in heat race number 3 in the Nitro 54 variety. Number 24 to his outside is Kyle Pelrine from Smithville, Ontario, 47X. Inside row number 3 out of Ancaster, car number 19. That'll be Kyle Wirt, and to his outside from Port Colborne in the 2EZ, Evan Curtis. Starting 5th from Oshweekend, the 48's Braden King. Rolling off in 6th out of Harley, Ontario, number 37, that'll be Rob Hoskins. Starting in 7th in car number 32's Mark Fawcett. And going from 8th out of Hamilton in the 43C, that will be Clinton Nichols.
Field coming down real slow.
I feel like you're doing all the work, Greg, and I like it. Keep it up. Green flag flies. Bomberry has a visitor on the inside. It's Kyle Wirt. Up on the outside in that 47X is Kyle Pelrine. Pelrine going to lead the way down the back straightaway for this first lap.
Pelrine up in that middle groove of Bomberry all over his back bumper. Digging on the bottom. Kyle Wirt, car number 19. 2nd year, I believe it is now for him in these Hoosier Stocks, Thunder Stock division. Moving up from the mini stocks a couple of years ago, where he was always stout there as well.
Kyle Wirt using quite a bit of racetrack in 3 and 4, but there's still enough out there for Kyle Pelrine to keep the lead up on the high side, down into 1 and 2. Wirt down to that inside wall, the guardrail on the inside of the racetrack, but Pelrine's got that thing wound up tight on the high side.
Lap number 2, coming to lap 3 this time by. Shouldn't be surprised, but Mark Fawcett, what a drive for him. Started back in 7th. Now he's challenging for the runner-up spot. Down the inside of Kyle Pelrine. Down in corner number 1, give Fawcett the 2nd spot. He'll track down leader Kyle Wirt.
Fawcett edges ahead of Pelrine, then moves up the track just a little bit. Turns the car sideways, sort of comes back towards the bottom, but Pelrine already had that idea. He's right at the bottom, and once again, we've got a great 3-car battle for the top spot.
So it's Wirt. Fawcett now making the move down the back stretch. Behind them, Pelrine. And a good 3-car battle with Hoskins, Bomberry, and Clinton Nichols all fighting for that 4th, 5th, 6th spot. And it's Fawcett now your leader across the stripe on lap 5.
Further back, some good battles. Rob Hoskins in the 4th spot, trying to hold off Clinton Nichols, Blake Bomberry, Evan Curtis. So it's a 3-car battle for the lead. It's a 4-car battle for the 4th position, Greg.
Yeah, Curtis has worked his way into this one as Nichols and Bomberry go at it for the 5th spot. Bomberry takes the long route to corners 3 and 4 and finds into the tail end of that battle now.
Yeah, that was not the most productive line there for Bomberry. He's fighting back on the bottom and not the race he would have hoped for. Out in front, though, Fawcett showing some great speed in the 32 as he keeps the car to the bottom. White flag is out. He's going to protect that inside. Little Zeno, there's really nothing to protect it from, Greg, because he has about 5 car lengths to lead.
Yeah, he marched his way through the field, now pulled out to a sizable advantage over Kyle Wirt, sails it into corner 3 for the final time. He'll come to see the checkered flag. So Mark Fawcett will pick up heat race win number 3. The 3rd heat race of the night over Kyle Wirt. Kyle Pelrine is 3rd. 4th will be Rob Hoskins. 5th, Clinton Nichols. 6th will be Evan Curtis. 7th, Blake Bomberry Jr. And then the 48 of Braden King loops it around him with the checkered flag. And he'll round out the running order here in this 3rd of 4 qualifying heats. One more to come for the Hoosier Stocks. Rob Murray will go from the pole in the M1 machine. Alongside him from Caster Center in the 41, it's Adam Plaza. Starting third out of Hamilton, car number 43 is Kyle Andrus. To his outside from Hagersville. In the 49, that is Dave Bailey. Starting in fifth from Berlin, Ontario, the 96 junior, Steve Shaw Jr. And starting in sixth, the 108, that'll be Zach Bleach. Zach Bleach out of Port Robinson. Starting seventh, Jeff Lerman out of Thorold in the 601, and bringing up the tail, Tom Pearson from Port Colborne in the 30 junior.
Starting fifth, Steve Shaw, 96 junior. Starts fifth.
Want to welcome back our viewers live here on G-Force TV. Want to apologize for some internet issues here at the track, and we hopefully have some of those bugs worked out. We'll bring you the rest. We're into heat race number 4 for the Hoosier Stocks. First division on the track here tonight. So missed 3 qualifying heats, but we're back at it with heat race number 4.
We can tell you the comments left us inspired and motivated to get better. So the inside lane has been the preferred groove. Case in point, Dave Bailey to the inside of Rob Murray, making a move for the lead. Really having to slow it down going into the corner to keep the car on the bottom. They race door to door, Bailey pulling up towards the front of the Rob Murray machine. Murray had held the lead for the entirety of this race, gets a little bit loose in turn number 4, and Dave Bailey squirts out in front, about 10 car lengths back. Adam Plazik is in the 41, trying to hold off the 108 of Zach Bleach.
And Bleach digging on the bottom there as they work off the second corner. Steve Shaw Jr. right there in his tire tracks. He'll work to the inside of Adam Plazik in corner number 3 as they work it now down onto the front stretch. Bleach leading this group of cars.
Kyle Andrus goes around in turn number 4. He's able to keep that car rolling, and you know what? I don't blame Kyle Andrus for sitting there. He had one car coming, and you can avoid one car, but once you sort of shimmy to get around in that one, the whole field's bearing down at you. Sometimes you're better off just to sit and wait. Draw the yellow. Make the race director a little irritable, and then take off when the time comes.
Looks like Kyle's going to need a push. He made a motion there, and the CAA tow truck is there to push Kyle Andrus, driver out of Hamilton, Ontario. So once again, if you're just joining us, we are into heat race number 4 for the Hoosier Stocks here at Merrittville Speedway. Still to come, all the qualifiers for the Action Sprint Tour, 4 in total for them. We'll also have the Rick's Delivery Sportsman with 3 qualifying heats, and then 3 qualifiers for the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 sprint cars.
There is a lot of race cars here tonight. I'm glad that the CAA crew didn't just keep pushing him up over the hill out through the parking lot.
Hook up Kyle Andrus down there in corner number 1. We mentioned at the top of the show 34 Action Sprint Tour cars here tonight, 22 for the 360 sprints, 28 for the Rick's Delivery Sportsman, and 34 Hoosier Stocks in attendance tonight. So plenty of racing to be seen here this evening from Merrittville Speedway.
4 divisions, more than 100 cars. I mean, we're a little spoiled sometimes, Greg, when you come to the races. And it sucks that we didn't get the show in at Brighton. It's a bummer we didn't get to Southern Ontario Motor Speedway when we were supposed to. But to open up the Knights of Thunder Series, the Action Sprint Tour 2021, and then be treated to the Hoosier Stocks and the Sportsman on the same night at Merrittville, this is a big night of racing. This is a special event.
Yeah, it definitely is, and it's good to have, once again, 25% capacity in the stands here at Merrittville Speedway tonight. The pit's jam-packed. As you can see, great news that next week, 75% will be able to attend live in person at your favorite racetrack here in Ontario. So make sure you're out there supporting. We obviously want to see folks tuning into G-Force TV, but at the same time, I think at the heart of it, we all want to see fans at the racetrack. That's the main point of all of this. We want to see fans at the track. Maybe we've created some fans that we're able to watch live on G-Force for free, and they've never been to a racetrack. Check out your local short track.
Well, that's the idea. Promote short track racing, get people out to the races. When you can't get there, enjoy it from home. And we'll try to bring the excitement to you. I mean, the quality of the shots out here are absolutely phenomenal.
Up close and personal when you're here at Merrittville. Some great camera angles as we're back under the green flag. Bailey and Murray door to door in corner number 1. 3 laps on the board, 5 to go.
Steve Shaw Jr. right up on the back bumper as Zach Bleach in the 108. That helps him make a move on Adam Classic. Looks like he's got thoughts. If Bleach slides up off the bottom, Shaw going to stick the nose of that 96 Junior up the inside. Not able to make the move right now, but that hooker harness number 96 is looking pretty sporty.
Halfway through this 4th and final qualifying heat for the Hoosier stock. Bailey stretching his advantage over Murray, and there you see the battle right now with Steve Shaw Jr., Zach Bleach, Jeff Lermont right behind them. Shaw will pitch it off of corner 4 and grab that 3rd spot.
Able to keep that car planted, rotate through the corner. Zach Bleach trying to get him back there in 1 and 2. Doesn't quite have the giddy up to make it happen. Dave Bailey out in front. He is pulled away from Rob Murray by about 10 car lengths in the Queenston Chevrolet number 49.
There you see that battle for 3rd on back. And now the 2nd place runner, Rob Murray in that M1 machine. He's got Steve Shaw Jr. in tow. Rob always a tough competitor in that M1. White flag coming out for leader Dave Bailey as he crosses the stripe now.
Last time around, and really the top 3 not in contention whatsoever. Or there's, man, oh man, what's going on? Where did my words go, Greg? Dave Bailey going to take the win. Rob Murray comes home 2nd. 3rd to Steve Shaw Jr. 4th is a great finish. Zach Bleach going to take the 4th position over, is that Larmont in the 601?
Yep. Jeff Larmont, and then Adam Plazik, and the 30 machine of Tom Pearson concludes the running order as we get ready for the first of 4 qualifying heats tonight for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's.
We'll be back for Sportsman.
Again, 34 drivers here tonight for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. Want to welcome everyone in the grandstand who's joining us for the broadcast here tonight as well. My name's Greg Kellman. Along with me here in the tower, Adam Ross. Trackside will be Clinton Jeffrey as we bring you this first of 4 qualifying heats for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. Going from the pole out of Bloomfield, Ontario in the Terry's Taxi, Elbrook Excavating number 84, it's Dan Ferguson. Alongside out of Georgetown, Ontario in car number 2, it's Steve Murdoch. Rolling off from 3rd from Font Hill in the Glow and Go Tanning, Glenholm Motors, car number 08 is Stephen Beck. Into his outside from Dorchester in the Horvath Auto Parts Marshall Performance 48M, it's Andrew Marshall. Starting in position number 5 from Kitchener in the 50 LS is Adrian Staley. And off in the 6th spot from Hamilton, the Petro Plus Travel Stop Burger Barn 56, Derek Lemaire. Starting in 7th out of Ancaster, the Hallett Home Improvement 51, that's Trevor Young. And going from the 8th position from Washwekan in car number 69, that will be Josh Hill. And starting in the 9th and final position from Thamesford in the Oakwood Transport Fast Track Performance number 7, it's Eric Gledhill. 9 cars in this first qualifying heat of the evening for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's.
Some familiar looks, some retro looks. They do keep their announcers busy. Who's that again? Who's that? Wait, why is it this color?
Especially with the Action Sprint Tour, so many new drivers every year in this great sprint car division. And if you're just tuning in tonight and wondering, 2 classes of sprint cars tonight, crate motors in this division for the Action Sprint Tour, and then the 360 cubic inch motors for the Pinty's Knights of Thunder a little bit later on here tonight.
And we've got one around there in turn number 1, a full 360, nicely done by Derek Lemaire.
Derek was the quickest, I believe, in practice hot laps this afternoon. Keeps the throttle in it and stays under power, so he'll be able to grab his position.
For the folks in the grandstands tonight, sorry you're having to put up with Greg and I for the sprint car portion of the show, but that's just how it is. We're thrilled to have you out here in the grandstands. Thanks so much for coming out. A sold-out crowd. It was sold to capacity, 25%. And great to see that. For those of you watching from home, you picked a good night to tune in because the racing is going to be phenomenal.
Field taking shape for heat race number 1 for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. That guy on the pole, Dan Ferguson. We've heard his name in almost every division you can think of. He's driven a Mod Light, Canadian Modified, multi-time champion of Brighton Speedway. He's driven in the Sportsman division, and now behind the wheel of a crate sprint car for the Rand Racing team. First start last Saturday night down at the Brockville, Ontario Speedway. 3rd place finish. He's just good in any car he drives. Said he was a bit nervous coming into tonight, though.
You know what? Great to see some of those drivers from Eastern Ontario making the long haul down here. You're going to get some seat time with the best of the best in the crate sprint car division. Green flag flies. They're off into turn number 1.
Dan Ferguson leads the way with Murdoch in tow in that car. Number 2, Stephen Beckett. He is the veteran of this bunch here. He's got some wins under his belt, these crate sprint cars.
Down through 3 and 4 for the first time. Ferguson trying to lead the opening lap. Stephen Beckett had other ideas. Beckett takes the lead going down into turn number 1. Ferguson back to second. We've got one up off the racetrack. That's Andrew Marshall in 1 and 2. He gets back on, but he's lost about half a straightaway to the field.
Right now it's Stephen Beckett leading over Dan Ferguson. Then it's Steve Murdoch in that 3rd position. Trevor Young back there in 4th. Derek Lemaire in the 5th spot. 6th right now, Eric Gledhill. Then it's Adrian Staley, Josh Hill, and Andrew Marshall.
Derek Lemaire just about looped it again in turn number 3. He pitched the car in there and it just wouldn't bite. The wing didn't catch him. The tires wouldn't catch him. He just had to slide it through. He gets overtaken by Eric Gledhill coming off of turn 2 down into 3, and then Gledhill dives into the bottom of 3 and 4, slides up the racetrack, but he'll keep that position out in front. It is all Stephen Beckett as he is driven away by nearly a full straightaway over Dan Ferguson.
He'll come down to complete lap number 5, leaving 3 left here in this first qualifying heat of the night for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. Good solid run by Dan Ferguson in 2nd. Murdoch also doing a nice job in 3rd. He had a few starts last year, and that was it, and holding his own right now in that 3rd position.
Yeah, those guys doing a great job out there. I mean, Merrittville Speedway is a tough place to come and drive. We've seen it for years when the Modified Tour, the Dirt Car Modifieds, show up to run here. It is tough to hook up, so Ferguson holding on to that 2nd spot, Murdoch in 3rd. That's a great job for these drivers. And Trevor Young as well having a nice run in that 51 machine, holding down the 4th spot. It looks like these drivers are running on glass out there.
Yeah, super slick and smooth right now as Eric Gledhill puts the pressure on for the 4th spot. There you see leader Stephen Beckett coming to the checkered flag. He'll pick up the win off of corner number 4. 2nd will go to Dan Ferguson. 3rd, Steve Murdoch. Problems in corner 4 for Eric Gledhill. 4th will go to Trevor Young. 5th, Derek Lemaire. 6th, Adrian Staley. 7th will be Eric Gledhill. 8th will be Josh Hill, and 9th to Andrew Marshall.
What a bummer. Gledhill put on a show driving from the back of the field. A little bit of contact there. And not a lot, but respectful racing. He was trying to keep it off the car beside him, and it didn't end well.
So rough go there for Eric Gledhill. Started in 9th, worked it up, and then lost control in corner 4, but gathers it up as we get ready for heat race number 2 for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. I'll put you to work, Adam.
I'm going to do this one. On the pole, the young man from Mount Bridges, Ontario, the Vibrant Farms Pride Seas, number 45S is Nick Sheridan. Alongside of him from Six Nations, the Styes Tree Service, and Ram Dynamics, number 20 is Johnny Miller. On the inside of row number 2, driving the Oakwood Transport Wells Foundry, number 4 out of St. Thomas is Jesse Costa. Alongside him in the Velocity Mechanicals Inc. ILA Sports, number 19D out of Waterloo, it's Alan Downey. Row number 3 on the inside from Bowmanville, the 31 is Dale Curran. Alongside him on the outside of row number 3 from Ohsweken, the JR's Riverside Bait and Tackle, number 77T, it's Tyler Paulus. Starting 7th from Brampton, the Lifto Limited Toyota Industry Equipment, number 70MM, Dave McKnight. Alongside him from Mossley, the CarStar Brantford Bobcat of Brantford, number 3S of Austin Rose. Rounding out the field from Ohsweken in the Nitro 54 Variety MK8, it's Matthew Hill.
Fantastic shots down there trackside. I mean, where else can you get that close on the pace laps here, the sprint car event?
Well, and you've got to know, this is what Clinton, Jeffrey, and camera op Ryan look forward to, being able to get right into the center of all the action. I don't know, Greg, I'm kind of happy right here.
Yeah, I'm content.
It's a padded seat, climate control. It would be very hard to get hit by a race car up here.
Oh, now that you've said it. There's a look at the newest driver, Tyler Powless, in the 77 Toyota Volkswagen. Great looking race car there.
I like it when the number's easy to read, the sponsor's easy to read. Can't. There is a face on the top of the wing of that car. We'll have to get a look at that later on.
There's Jesse Costa. I mean, you're right in the cockpit there with Jesse Costa. See him all buckled up and ready to go as they get set to come to the green flag in a moment. White flag will be displayed this time by 8 laps the distance for heat race number 2 of 4 tonight.
You know, we had a comment from our viewers. So, folks, if you're here in the grandstand, we highly recommend pull out your phone, GeForceTV.net. Don't stream the whole night, but when something exciting happens, I almost guarantee you we're going to have 3 or 4 looks of whatever goes on. So check it out, and I think you'll enjoy it. For those of you at home, put some dirt in your drink. Sprinkle a little bit of garden soil in your beverage, and it'll feel just like you're here.
Well, one of the drivers doing double duty here tonight in the crates and 360s is the pole sitter, Nick Sheridan. He is the champion most recent at Ohsweken Speedway in this division, and he will lead them to the green flag into corner 1.
Sheridan moved up the racetrack. That allowed Jesse Costa to drive up the inside out of turn 4. He backed out going into the corner, tried another run coming up at 2, and just about turned it. Alan Downey with a big win here in 2020. Leaps on the opportunity, jumps up to that second spot, and he'll try to close in on Sheridan.
Yeah, an emotional night that night for Alan Downey, picking up that first career win here at Merrittville Speedway as he tracks down Nick Sheridan, leader right now in that Pride Seeds car number 45 as they cross the stripe to complete lap number 3.
Looking back through the field, how about Dave McKnight in that Lifto number 70? He really struggled at the start of his dirt sprint car career. I mean, this is a driver with a long, storied career in pavement racing. He had to swallow his pride and come out here and really pay his dues, but he's having a nice run out there in the top 5 right now in the 70 machine. Trying to close in on Johnny Miller, the Iceman, in that number 20 in the battle for 4th. The top 3 have driven away just a little bit. Sheridan, Downey, Jesse Costa, all within about 10 car lengths of each other, and then another 10 back to Johnny Miller in that battle with Dave McKnight.
I got a lap ahead of myself there. We are just past the halfway point now. 4 laps in, 4 to go, and this time by will be 5 complete for Nick Sheridan out in front over Alan Downey, and then Jesse Costa running in that 3rd spot. Miller and McKnight the top 5.
These drivers showing a lot of patience. They just can't jump on the throttle the way you know they would love to. Coming off of turn 4, you just see it. They pitch the car. There's a little bit of dirt coming off the right rear of Nick Sheridan because he jumps on the throttle, but everyone else, you really see them pedaling out there, Greg.
Yeah, it's becoming quickly rubbered down out here in a dry, slick track as Nick Sheridan gingerly works it off the corner. Wow, he got it all sorts of sideways through corner number 4, and that closed the gap for Alan Downey with 1 to go.
1 to go, and he's wicked loose again between 1 and 2. If you're Alan Downey, what do you do? Well, he got himself real loose, I'm sure, trying to make a move there off of turn number 2. One last time, Greg.
Checkers come out. Nick Sheridan will pick up the win over Alan Downey in the 2nd spot. Jesse Costa will cross the line in 3rd. 4th will go to Dave McKnight. 5th will go to Dale Curran. 6th at the line. Oh, that was close. I think it was Austin Rose over Johnny Miller. 8th. Back there will be Matt Hill, and 9th, Tyler Powless. So Nick Sheridan in Vibrant Farms Pride Seeds 45 will pick up the win in car number 45 in heat race number 2. And you see Curtis Gartley on the screen, but that is Nick Sheridan in the 45. Curtis Gartley also driving a 45 here tonight. He'll come up as the pole sitter in this heat that is about to come out onto the speedway. Curtis out of Thamesford in the Dowler car and Violins Fire Protection 45G. To his outside from Brantford, the National Building Group, JDL Distributing 49L is Lucas Smith. Starting in 3rd from Rockwood, Ontario on the Radio Shuttle Neely Auto 74, that's Rob Neely And rolling off from fourth at Port Colborne, the Maverick Real Estate, Dow Auto Supplies 5D, Jacob Dykstra. Starting in fifth from Brantford in the Burger Barn Ace 1 Construction 48, it's Lance Erskine. And starting in sixth from Springvale in the Enrium Dynamics Tim's Tire 14T, it's Noel Teal. Starting in seventh out of Six Nations in the True North .bet Nitro 54 Variety 38, Derek Miller. And going from the eighth and final position from Port Perry in the Town Line Manufacturing Brass Inc., Bondsma Brothers Concrete Pumping 4B, Daryl Peltier.
So normally, folks, we're right on top of things with live timing and scoring, but because of the internet troubles that we've had throughout the night here, they've shut off some things to allow other things to work. So we're going to do our best to tell you who finished where, but in photo finishes, we may have to refer back to the official scorers. TrueNorth.bet, sponsor on the number 38 machine. Good looking race car.
And Derek Miller, the pilot of that number 38 machine. Ever see Lucas Smith? Always stout in this division.
And have you noticed our Daredevil drone crew? I keep thinking it's a really fast bird, and then I see it shoot up into the sky. It's our drones. They're trying to bump trap some of these cars down the straightaway.
Here's a look at Curtis Gartley, who makes the move to crate sprint cars. Spent some time behind the wheel in the 360 divisions. Started in car number 6 for a number of years, switched to car number 45, and now has made the move to the crate sprint car division. And there's a look at Derek Miller's beautiful looking TrueNorth.bet Nitro 54, number 38. Take a look at that racetrack, Adam. It's going to put these drivers to work with their feet tonight, especially.
Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Make them pedal these things. You know, we talked about it in the intro. It's a tight racetrack. There are additional lines. If you've got the nerve to head towards the moat, if you've got the skill to keep your car down low enough, you can see right there off of turn number 4, there's a lot of dirt there, the clay that still got bite into the bottom of turn 4.
And that's what Lucas Smith does on that start. He jumps to the high side and grabs the lead in corners 1 and 2. Troubles for Peltier at the back of the pack. He'll gather it back up in corner 2.
Man, oh man, Curtis Gartley says not so fast. You can take the long way up there. It looks pretty impressive. I'm going to stick to the bottom.
Got Jacob Dykstra right there in the thick of it as well. He's running in the tire tracks of Curtis Gartley as they work it through corner 3 another time. Gartley across the stripe will lead lap number 2 on the board now.
How about Lance Erskine in that 48 machine as he makes a move on Derek Miller down the back straightaway? How many generations is this now? I guess it's still the 3rd generation. But Craig Erskine's son in the Ace 1 Construction, Burger Barn number 48, looks right at home. Years and years of micro sprint racing.
There's the battle for the lead. Curtis Gartley has it. Jacob Dykstra trying to track him down in that 5D. Beautiful sights here at Merrittville Speedway as we are just past the halfway mark, coming to complete lap number 5.
Gartley committed to the bottom of the racetrack. Jacob Dykstra able to keep that car pinned right to the inside, but there's a little bit of grip coming off of turn 4. We talked about that earlier, and I think that's where he's able to close in. So you watch Gartley get away. Watch his, Greg, as they go down in 3 and 4. Gartley lets the car come up a little bit. Dykstra, though,
pinned tight to that inside guardrail, and he really made up a lot of time there and grabs the lead into corner 1.
You give up a little bit going into the corner because you have to let up more, but he's able to really get on the throttle.
And he stays pinned down there and will pull away from Curtis Gartley with a white flag out for Jacob Dykstra over Gartley and Lucas Smith.
One more time around, Jacob Dykstra leaves, no doubt, driving away from this one. He is looking good to take the win as he gets it sideways in 4, but he'll take the heat race victory over Curtis Gartley. Lucas Smith going to round out the top three with Rob Neely fourth in the Radio Shuttle 74. Lance Erskine fifth, Derek Miller sixth. I can't wait to see what the 360s are going to do. 360s, they have enough speed that the wing does a lot more on a 360. They can lean on it harder, but you still need a little bit of bite in the dirt.
Yeah, they'll have their hands full here tonight as we get ready for the fourth qualifying heat for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. And I'll give you this lineup, Adam, but we are missing the front row. It was cut off on our sheet, so we just have to see who shakes out as the front row starters. I believe it's going to be DJ Christie as one of them, and Darren Dryden. No, he's starting 8th in this one, so it's not Darren Dryden. Ryan Frazier, I believe, will be the other front row starter in his first night. I believe behind the wheel of a great sprint car.
Pretty sure there's no I in it, so it's Fraser. If there was an I in it, it'd be Frazier.
Okay.
No, didn't like that.
No.
There might be an I.
There's not.
This room is very small. Have you noticed that?
About every 5 or 10 minutes I do.
You were right. It's DJ Christie and Ryan Fraser.
Did you want to do the starting lineup or no?
I thought
this was yours.
You were just talking about it. The front row isn't there. I'm thinking, wow, we got through that really quickly.
All right, well, we're going to the green flag.
DJ Christie and Ryan Fraser. In row number 1, the missing row 1. Larry Gledhill, Cody Smith in row 2. Brett Stratford, Brian Nanakoke in the 3rd row. Terry Baker and Darren Dryden round out the field. Problem for Brett Stratford off of that start. Bottled him up with Terry Baker. It's going to be DJ Christie in the 5 leading the way. 94 Fraser 2nd. 3rd will be Larry Gledhill. He's got Darren Dryden. Man, that's a nice looking race car. Darren Dryden in the 12 Double D looking for the 3rd spot on Gledhill. He'll pitch it to the inside. Can't get the power down. Gledhill keeps that spot. Terry Baker with a nice start. He's picked up a couple of spots from the tail of the field.
DJ Christie, one of those drivers doing double duty tonight, leading the way in the Castrol Edge, number 5, Ryan Fraser. And there's the position switch for 4th as Terry Baker will take it in the 26X.
Yeah, Terry Baker's looking great in this heat as we reach the halfway point.
Remember last year, Mike Bowman pedaled that car here on G-Force TV. Terry back behind the wheel.
Are you sure? Are you sure that's not Mike in the car?
He's been on the list.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought it's Terry Baker driving tonight. I'm just looking at his proficiency out there.
Are you questioning it?
He looks like a driver with a lot of experience here. So now let's stick with it. Let's stick with Terry Baker. As we've got a battle for the 2nd spot coming up. Fraser out there in 2nd, but Darren Dryden drives it to the inside with 2 laps to go. He'll take over that 2nd spot. Terry Baker trying to close in and mount a challenge as well.
Over the white flag, DJ Christie out of Beachville leads the way with Darren Dryden in his tire tracks in the 2nd spot. Ryan Fraser right now in position number 3. Terry Baker running in 4th.
And for the final time through 3 and 4, DJ Christie in a that beautiful car. I mean, it's so easy to find on the racetrack. DeGroot Hill, Castrol Edge, the sponsors on that number 5 machine. He'll take the win in this heat, followed by Darren Dryden. Brian Fraser doing a nice job to come home third. Terry Baker picks up a few spots in that one to finish fourth. And it's Gledhill rounding out the top 5. Larry Gledhill, followed by Cody Smith, Brett Stratford, who had something wrong with the engine on that car. It was coughing and sputtering the whole race. Clinton Jeffrey is here tonight, just to let everybody know, but he's been awful busy.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. When there's technical troubles, Clinton Jeffrey wears a different hat, and when they end, we can have him back as our pit reporter.
Yeah, we had some issues with the internet here tonight, so we want to appreciate everybody working with us. But yeah, that was Terry Baker in the car. He's got the boys here crewing for him, and Baker wasn't happy with the draw, but running off passing points. So the top 8 in passing points in both sprint divisions will redraw for the top 8 starting positions in their features. Top 5 from each heat will qualify, guys. Hopefully that clarifies it. And yeah, Baker's got to be happy with that one. Picked up some passing points.
So qualifying complete for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. As you see the drivers going across the weigh scales now for those watching on GeForce TV. As we get ready for the Rick's Delivery Sportsman division, and the first of 3, make that 4 qualifying heats tonight for the Sportsman. 34 cars here for them tonight. Starting lineup for heat race number 1. Coming from the pole, Lettaport Colburn in the Nickel Street Clothesline, Smithville RV 21P, it's Tyler Pacholski. Starting in second, in the 2K, the Hainers Tire and Auto Repair 2K, it's Rob Knapp. Going from third, the 74, that'll be David Flanagan. And rolling off fourth out of St. Catharines, the Barron Roofing Costco Haulage 17C, Jordan Costco. Starting in fifth from Ridgeway in the Teeny Tiny Angels Daycare, El Monte Exteriors 23N, Nathan Peaty. Starting in sixth from St. Catharines, the Blue Moon Potatoes 8S, Justin Sharp. And going from seventh out of Thorold, the Hartzell Home Hardware, Performance Heating and Air 13M of Daniel McKay. Green flag is out for the first qualifying heat of the night for the Rick's Delivery Sportsman.
Field all fighting for that inside groove, and the best part about that, Greg, they're going to use it up, and it's not going to be there later tonight, which is going to widen this racetrack right out.
Pacholski out in front. That's Tyler Pacholski in the 21P. Rob Knapp in tow in the second spot, and he's got Flanagan and Sharp right behind him in those 2 white cars. The plain white 74 Flanagan, the 8S, that's Justin Sharp.
Sharp working the extreme high side, and the Blue Moon Potatoes number 8. He'll edge out ahead of Flanagan, but they're not doing much to close in on the Knapp machine in the second spot.
Knapp holding his own right now as they complete lap number 3 on the board. 5 to go. Pacholski, Knapp, Flanagan, then it's Costco and Sharp right now going at it for the 4th spot. Sharp committed to the outside line. And he almost had a piece of Jordan Costco in his door, but Jordan gets a hold of it.
Costco caught that inside guardrail. When it knocks the front end of the car up in the air, there's just no steering. So you're going straight into the car to the outside. Luckily, they had plenty of room to negotiate, or that could have been awkward. So Pacholski continues to lead the way. Almost half a straightaway is his advantage over Knapp. And again, another half straightaway back to Flanagan, holding down the 3rd spot in that 74 machine. And Justin Sharp, now he's back to the bottom of the racetrack.
This time by it'll be the white flag for Tyler Pacholski in the Nickel Street Clothesline, number 21P. Works it through 3 and 4. And it's one more trip around for he and Rob Knapp in that 2nd spot. Flanagan, Sharp, and Costco right now the top 5. Daniel McKay trying to knock on the door to a top 5 as Knapp loses ground in corner 2 to Flanagan. As the checkers come out, there will be your winner, Tyler Pacholski in the 21P. Rob Knapp will hold on to the 2nd spot over Flanagan. 4th will go to Justin Sharp. 5th to Jordan Costco. 6th, Daniel McKay, and 7th, Nathan Pinty. As we get ready for heat race number 2.
Heat 2 is going to line up like this, Greg. On the pole, the Mongrel. From St. Catharines, the Kenny Upel, Ashweekend Speedway. Number 20 is Jay Mallory. Alongside him in the Reeds Haulage. Number 68 from St. Catharines is Curtis Friesen. Row 2 on the insides from Niagara Falls, the number 22 Cooper Motorsports sponsored entry is Terry Smith. Alongside him from Beamsville, the Central Fabricating Alexander Awnings and Sunrooms, number 09 of Trevor Wright. Starting in 5th from Port Colborne, the Sterling Lubricant St. Amand Auto 15 is Adam Leslie. Alongside him from Port Colborne, the West Pier Marine and Industrial Supply Rick's Delivery, number 4S of Rob Sauter. Rounding out the field from Ford Erie, the Ballinger Electric Sterling Lubricants 18R, it's Brad Rouse.
Green flag goes in the air, and the Mongrel, Jay Mallory, will lead them down into corner number 1 with Friesen in tow.
He slides up the racetrack. It looked like Friesen might cut down underneath him, and then Friesen kept on going up the banking, looking for the cushion out there. And the 68 again through 3 and 4 seems to prefer that outside groove. I'd love to know how much of a break Curtis Friesen took from racing, because I remember him racing early in this millennium. But I don't think I've seen him in a long time behind the wheel. The car looks great.
Running in the 2nd spot with Terry Smith down to his inside in the 22. Here comes Brad Rouse from the back of the pack. Started back in 7th. He's up to 4th and putting pressure now on that 22 car.
Wow. Curtis Friesen's car. I don't know why it turns well into turn 1, but not into turn 3.
Yeah, that's 2 laps in a row where he has really had struggles there. And yeah, turns fine in 1 and 2. There's Brad Rouse now. Finds himself in the 2nd position as he slips by Smith in the 22.
So I kind of see what Friesen's doing there into 3. I wonder if he's doing the same thing into 1. He's just jumping on the throttle, jerking the car a little bit, and using that throttle to get the car around. So if it doesn't commit to it in 3 and 4, it pushes way up the racetrack. But when it does work, it's a pretty line to watch.
Jay Mallory leads the way over Brad Rouse. Then it's Terry Smith in the 22, the 09 of Trevor Wright. Adam Leslie in that 5th position. I'm keeping an eye on the right rear. On the first lap, he got some damage on the sheet metal and has been running there, and you can physically see the line on the tire where the sheet metal's rubbing.
That's a little unnerving. White flag is out for Jay Mallory out in front of that 20 machine. Not much to say about him. He's just been out by a long shot. Brad Rouse started at the back of the field up into 2nd, but not going to have time to close in on the Jay Mallory number 20.
Checkers come out. Heat race number 2 will go into the record books, and Jay Mallory will go down as the winner. Brad Rouse 2nd. 3rd will go to Terry Smith. 4th at the line, Trevor Wright. 5th, Adam Leslie. 6th, Curtis Friesen. And 7th will be Rob Sauter in the 4S. Clint?
Hey guys, just want to mention that, we were talking about that Curtis Friesen car. That car was involved in that bad fire here in Niagara. They lost everything, so it took a lot of help from them to get back out here. Curtis Friesen has raced a lot of things over the years. His brother James has been a dominant force here for the past couple years, but watch for Curtis. He actually won a Sportsman Tour race at Ashweekend and he got it taken away for something stupid as a roof angle. The kid can drive. They're trying to work out the bugs for that Ray Hawkridge car, guys. Watch for the 68. Curtis will figure this out.
So, Clint, you might know the answer. Did you say how long of a break did he take from behind the wheel?
I would say close to 10 years, and I'll get over with Kurt, man, and figure out what the deal is, but I would say close to 10 years since he's been seriously behind the wheel of a Sportsman car.
3rd qualifying heat out onto the racetrack. Going from the pole in the number 62 machine, the Lee Mays Meat TC Decals number 62, John Babian to the outside from Thorold, the Mike Knapp Ford Rick's Delivery 108, Billy Bleach Jr. Starting in 3rd from Ridgeway, the Dandy Curbs Atkins Delivery 66P of Jeff Panunte. And starting in 4th from Port Colborne, the Canadian Tire Port Colborne King Street Clothesline 12P of Emily Pachalski. Starting from 5th out of Ridgeway, the Performance Acura Pam's Welding 3N of Noah Mamo. And from 6th out of Welland, the SOS Towing Cutting Edge Physical Therapy 28 Mitch Dumont. And starting in 7th from Thorold in the 7X Esso Seaway Power Fluid 16, Brent Bigelow. John Babian will go to the tail in this one. So that puts Jeff Penante on the pole as they head into corner 1. Billy Bleach Jr. on his outside.
Side by side down the back straightaway, Penante nosing out in head, but Bleach not giving up a whole lot of room there. He'll swing off of turn number 4, head to the outside. Penante going to lead lap number 1, but Bleach is getting a feel for every lane on the racetrack because he's used a lot of real estate out there.
Working away on the back end of Jeff Penante's 66P. Car pushes off of corner number 4. Brent Bigelow started towards the tail. He moved up there with John Babian going to the tail, but still that 16 car into the 2nd spot. Look at Brent Bigelow go.
So to me, this looks more like the type of racetrack they'd be used to running in the feature event. It is slick right across it, so these track conditions may have taken the drivers a little bit by surprise out here, but Brent Bigelow, he's making the most of it in the seconds. Well, almost the most. I guess Penante is making the most of it.
Penante continuing to lead, this time by 4 complete, 4 to go for Jeff Penante in the Dandy Curb 66P. Brent Bigelow closing the gap every lap. He's right now on that rear nerve bar.
Jeff Penante, not quite the seat time that Greg Penante has behind the wheel. We'll see Greg in this next qualifying heat. You can see him, he seems a little unsure coming off of turn 4. That time he sort of held the wheels firm there, but he's been sawing the wheel a little bit coming out of turn 4, and you got to believe Brent Bigelow's watching that and smacking his lips as he closes in on our race leader.
2 laps left to go for Jeff Penante. Bigelow working that inside line. Stays close to the guardrail. Penante's been just a little bit higher, and that's allowed Bigelow to gain ground, but he lost it there in 2.
You wonder if Jeff Penante heard him. He was so close there, but Penante off the guardrail, about a car width. Brent Bigelow not coming up the racetrack as much. 1 lap to go. Penante pulled away a little bit that lap, but it's definitely a 2-horse race. Bleach not quite close enough to mount a challenge.
Final time down the backstretch, ready to come to the checkered flag here in heat race number 3 for the Rick's Delivery Sportsman Division. Jeff Penante picks up the win over Brent Bigelow. Zach Bleach 3rd, 4th. We'll go to the 12 of Emily Pacholski. Then Mitch Dumont in the 28 will finish 5th. 6th goes to Noah Mamo, and then it's John Babian completing the running in 7th.
One more qualifying heat for the Sportsman Division. Here's how they're going to line up. On the pole in the United Rentals Dow Auto Supply 1F, it's Ryan Ferry. Alongside him from Niagara-on-the-Lake in the Bobcat of Hamilton Advantage Trailer 72, JMF James Michael Friesen. Starting 3rd in the 3 Mamo machine out of Ridgeway Performance Acura Pam's Welding, number 3 is Dave Mamo. Alongside him from Port Colborne, Gaston's Auto Sales, Atkinson's Delivery, and Bobcat Services, number 99P of Greg Penante. Starting 5th from Welland to Mountain View Home, Steve Dubé Coldwell Banker, number 1 of Jason Van Mill. Starting 6th in the Posner Metal Beach Road Steel Sales, number 53, it's Daryl Faraway. And rounding out the field from St. Catharines, the Willard Concrete and Trucking PVM Hydraulics, number 7 of Cody McPherson.
Green flag goes up in the air. Friesen will lead them down into corner number 1 on the outside. Ferry on the bottom. Greg Penante riding there in that 3rd spot as they work down the backstretch for the first time.
There's a bit of star power in this heat. You've got McPherson, Penante, Friesen, Ferry. A lot of solid racers out there, but out in front it is James Michael Friesen in that Bobcat of Hamilton 72. Oh, Ryan Ferry sent it.
And lost a ton of ground in corner 4 after sending it.
I can't remember a time where I've seen a car drive in that much deeper than the car in front of them. And Mamo out there, Dave Mamo, was really having a hard time getting that car to turn. The 3 machine, he's about a half a track behind the leader, James Michael Friesen.
Across the stripe, completing lap number 3. 5 to go here in this 4th and final qualifying heat for the Rick's Delivery Sportsman Division here at Merrittville Speedway. Glad you could join us on G-Force TV. Bronze flags go in the air. James Michael Friesen out in front.
Halfway there, the best battle on the track is that race for third. Greg Pinty in that beautiful 99P holding off Cody McPherson in the number 7. McPherson goes to the high side down in 1 and 2. Didn't work going through the turn, but it got him a big run down the back straightaway where he'll close in on the back bumper, trying to get a run off the bottom of turn 4.
Watching that battle between McPherson and Pinty as they go off of corner number 2. Pinty continues to hold the spot down with Friesen out in front, Ferry in second, and then this fight that we've been watching, Pinty and McPherson. McPherson on the inside. Can't get any closer to the guardrail than those two right now.
No, that's for sure, and they're behind Ryan Ferry that same distance, about 8 or 10 car lengths. They close in a little bit and then lose a little bit of ground, but white flag is out. It's time to get it done or head back to the pits. Or both.
There's James Michael Friesen, leads it off of corner number 4. He'll take the win. The checkers out in this final qualifier for the Dirt Sportsman. Ferry will cross the line in second over Greg Pinty. Fourth will go to Cody McPherson. Fifth is Fairway. Sixth is the One Machine of Van Mill, and that will conclude qualifying for the Rick's Delivery Dirt Car Sportsman division as we get ready for the first qualifier of the night for the Pinty's 360 Sprint Cars, the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprints.
I got a question. There's a drone going down the front straightaway. Isn't that a drone up there?
Yes.
We have dueling drones?
I guess.
These drones don't grow on trees, Greg.
Well, welcome back the live audience here at Merrittville Speedway as we get ready as Adam's documenting all the drone coverage we have here tonight. There's one drone for every announcer.
It's making me a little uncomfortable.
First of 3 qualifying heats on the Speedway for the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Tour. Their first start of 2021 going from the pole. Out of Caister Center in the Charlie B. Honey Mudcat Entertainment Center, number 11, that'll be Jamie Turner. To his outside from Scotland in the Instapanel Styes Tree Service 87X, it's Sean Evans. Pulling off third from St. Mathieu de Bellois, Quebec in the Four Seasons Forming Mega Pumping 28, it's Jordan Poirier. And going from 4th out of Picton, Ontario in the Terry's Taxi Elbrook Excavating 84, it's Tyler Rand. Starting from the 5th spot out of Binbrook in the Nitro 54 variety, Creative Edge number 9, it's Liam Martin. And going from 6th out of Fenway, the Ohsweken Speedway Racehorse, Enrium, number 14H, the Red Rocket, Jim Hoopinen. Starting in 7th out of Ohsweken, the Nitro 54 variety, number 15, it's Hodge, Dan Nanico. And rolling off in the 8th spot from St. Catharines in the CG Motorsports 35C, it'll be Corey Gruel. 8 cars in heat race number 1. All drivers will make it to the A-Main tonight.
That's got to be a little bit of relief for these drivers, Greg. I mean, it's important to get out here, feel what the car is going to do underneath you, get a feel. You know, it's always a matter of shaking the rust off after the season. A lot of these drivers have been out to turn some practice laps, but there's nothing that can replicate in-race action, on-track action with other cars around you. So a little bit of that stress is off, knowing it doesn't matter where you finish, you're going to be in the main event tonight, but still, these drivers have to have some butterflies on the go because it's their first night out.
It was a historical moment right now as we get to see the first ever green flag of competition for the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series. We tried at Southern Ontario Motor Speedway in the end of June. We tried last week at Brighton Speedway. We're finally going to bring you the green flag for the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Tour.
Well, how do you do, Jordan Poirier? He wasted no time blasting to the inside of Jamie Turner and taking the lead down into turn 1.
Poirier leads it through 3 and 4, and down the front stretch he goes with Sean Evans in tow. Jamie Turner feeling the heat from Liam Martin. Martin will shoot by in that car number 9. That is the former Steve Lyons ride. Remember, Liam Martin drove all last season in Dan Anacoke's number 15, and now he's a full-time 360 driver for Steve Lyons and the Nitro 54 team. He's running in third, bounced it off the inside guardrail that time.
So in fairness, it still is the Steve Lyons ride as he's the car owner involved in that team heavily. Liam Martin just the one turning the wheel and hitting the throttle as Hoopinen goes by on the inside. And then, man, does a nice job keeping that car glued to the bottom.
Yeah, Hoopinen up to the third spot. Wow, Liam Martin set it completely sideways in corner number 1. Saves the car and holds on to the 4th spot, but he's got Jamie Turner bearing down on him. As now we see the battle for the 2nd spot shaping up. Here comes Jim Hoopinen charging down on Sean Evans.
Sean Evans run right around the bottom in 3 and 4, comes off the bottom a little in 1 and 2. Hoopinen having to go way around the outside. Up there looking for moist clay on the high side. There really isn't much for him to work with, but he gets enough to make a move and get around the Sean Evans number 87. Nice job by Hoopinen in the 14.
And then dives it right back down towards the bottom, looking for some moist clay to rock it off of corner number 2 and down to the backstretch. Meanwhile, out in front is Jordan Poirier with 2 laps left to go. Hoopinen running second over Sean Evans, Liam Martin, and Jamie Turner holding on to 5th.
Turner working that outside groove, trying to close in on Liam Martin. He may have a good run here down the back straightaway. I mean, he is way up on the outside past the banking as the white flag flies.
One more time around for Jordan Poirier of the province of Quebec, leading it down the back stretch. Straight away behind him is Jim Hoopinen in the 2nd position. So the first ever heat race winner for the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series is Jordan Poirier. Jim Hoopinen crosses the line in 2nd. Sean Evans will hold on for 3rd. 4th, Jamie Turner at the line. Beats out Liam Martin. 6th will be Tyler Rand. 7th, Dan Nanakoke. And 8th will be Corey Gruel. So, ladies and gentlemen, your first ever winner for the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series, Jordan Poirier out of St. Matthew de Beloeil, Quebec.
This may not be Jordan Poirier's final trip to victory lane tonight. Spoiler alert. He's a good shoe, and I mean, great to have him out here. That's what you want. You want the best of the best, and we've got that with Jordan Poirier here tonight. But we got a lot of drivers from the province of Ontario that can do battle with him as well. Here's how they're going to line up for heat race number 2, making his debut, if I'm not mistaken, in the 360s. From Niagara Falls, the Signal 88 Security EMS Towing number 70 of Bailey Hurd. On the outside of row 1 from Tilsonburg, the Petro Plus Travel Stop Burger Barn number 13 is Corey Turner. Row 2 on the inside doing double duty tonight, racing in the crate sprints and the 360 sprints from Port Colborne, the Maverick Real Estate Dow Auto number 5D of Jacob Dykstra. On the outside of row 2 from St. Catharines, the Jason Enterprises Bodyline Auto Recyclers number 46, it's Kevin Pauls. Starting 5th from Dunville, the Kingpin Farms Burger Barn number 91 is Ryan Turner. Starting 6th from Beamsville, the J&E Recovery Julie Swayze Remax number 88H, it's Josh Hansen. New look on that race car, it is a hot looking car. Rounding out the field from Grimsby, the Bowens Automotive Image Factor number 90 of Travis Cunningham. That's how they'll roll in heat race number 2 for the 360 Sprints Knights of Thunder. Part of the Pinty's Hot Wings Tour. Did you get a good look at the trophy, Greg?
Yes. Well, we've been carrying it around for the last couple of weeks, and yeah, they've got a huge sword to each feature winner, and created by Steve Lyons of Creative Edge Designs. Man, he does top-notch work, and this thing is powder-coated. It's got the metal flecks in it in the paint, and they've got the Pinty's Knights of Thunder logo right across the handle piece. What's that piece called? I had this discussion last week, and now all of a sudden, the hilt. Right across the hilt. There you go.
I didn't know it had a name.
Yes?
I didn't know it mattered, so that's pretty cool. You really do your homework.
Field ready to go. Bailey Hurd from the pole. Corey Turner to the outside. Bailey making his first competitive laps in a 360 sprint car. Said he was nervous coming into tonight, but glad it was going to be at Merrittville Speedway, a track where he's had some practice. He'll get on the hammer first, and down into corner 1 he goes.
Close moment deeper in the field between Josh Hansen and Kevin Pauls. They managed to sort things out in front. A great launch for the 13 of Corey Turner.
Look at Josh Hansen working the outside line. Everyone's down to the bottom, but Josh Hansen working the outside in that J&E recovery, 88H. He'll work to the second spot now.
Bailey Hurd doing a nice job on the bottom of the track again. It takes so much. You need so much mental fortitude to run the bottom and not put your foot down on the throttle, because if you jump on the throttle, you're going nowhere out here. So you really got to feather it down there. Hurd was doing a nice job holding off some cars, but Jacob Dykstra was able to get by. So was Ryan Turner, and now Travis Cunningham lining them up to make a move in 3 and 4.
Yeah, Turner saw what Hansen did and is trying to use that outside line to get by Jacob Dykstra in the 5B. Another one of the drivers doing double duty here tonight. As Ryan Turner works off of corner number 2, will shoot by Jacob Dykstra for just a moment, but Dykstra so close to that guardrail, getting a good run off the corners, gets the advantage. Turner at the line. I think he got the spot that time.
It was pretty darn close, and this shows you the difference in the lines you can run. Turner got off the banking and lost a bunch of time to Jacob Dykstra, but the extreme bottom, you run the risk of getting into the guardrail on the bottom. The extreme top, you run the risk of running out of banking in the corner, getting down on the off-camber part of the turn and falling away hard.
So it's Corey Turner out in front of the Petro Plus travel stop, number 13. About a half a straightaway back to second place, Josh Hansen. Julie Swayze Remax, number 88H. Jacob Dykstra in third.
It's fun to say, isn't it? Julie Swayze Remax. The little things, Greg. White flag gonna fly for Corey Turner in the Petro Plus number 13. What a beautiful heat race it's been for him out in front of this field. Josh Hansen doing a nice job in second. Ryan Turner gonna take one more swing at the third spot, and Jacob Dykstra.
Off of corner 4 works Corey Turner to the checkered flag and heat race win number 2. Josh Hansen will cross the line in second. Jacob Dykstra third. Fourth will go to Ryan Turner. Fifth, Travis Cunningham. Sixth at the line will be Bailey Hurd, and seventh will be Kevin Hall. So that completes a running order for heat race number 2 for the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series.
I just noticed something, Greg. Are they scoring the whole night by hand?
Apparently.
Old school.
Old school. It is a little different not having live timing and scoring sitting right in front of us. So we'll try and do our best to give you the rundown as we can. It's going to be a lot tougher in the feature with cars lap down, etc. We'll do our very best here tonight to keep you updated.
We can do it. Can we build it?
Yes, we can.
Glad you didn't leave me hanging there.
Wow. All right, heat race number 3 onto the Speedway for the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series on the pole out of Oshwegan. In the OSR Race Parts Case IH 68, it's Aaron Turkey. Going from second in the OSR Oshwegan Speedway, car number 0. This is going to be Nick Sheridan. Nick Sheridan making his 360 debut. He hails from Mount Bridges, Ontario. Going from third out of Beachville, the Castrol Edge, DeGroot Hill Chevrolet. Number 5 is DJ Christie, another driver. I think this is also his 360 debut. And to his outside, we can now call him the veteran, hard to believe, from Hamilton. The instant installation best weight betting 01K, it's Mikey Krutchka. Starting in the 5th spot from Picton, Ontario, the Jones Automotive Car Quest 11J, it's Chris Jones. And going from 6th out of Mississauga, the CarStar Brantford Pinewood Horticulture Services 17X, the Highlight Man, Mac DeMann. And going from 7th out of Dorchester, the Malcolm Mills Mill Riding Oshwegan Speedway 1 of Holly Porter. That's how they'll line up for heat race number 3, final qualifier of the night for the 360 Sprint Cars. Nick Sheridan won his crate sprint car heat race earlier on in the night. Let's see what he can do from the outside of the front row with his teammate tonight, Aaron Turkey.
My son Connor and I went down to Delaware Speedway last night to take in their regular show, sat in the grandstands, enjoyed the heck out of the program, where Nick Sheridan's brother Jake Sheridan led most of the late model feature. He lost the lead late in the race to Cole Powell, but it was a good race, an entertaining show. Folks, we should remind you now if you're here in attendance, on Wednesday night, we have the Wednesday watch party on GeForce TV where we're going to run the stream again at 8 o'clock. And we'll have drivers invited in to participate in the live chat. It was a lot of fun last week, so join us on GeForceTV.net Wednesday night for Wednesday watch party.
Green flag goes in the air for heat race number 3, and Aaron Turkey takes off like a rocket into corner number 1. He gets the advantage over Nick Sheridan and a pack of cars behind him.
There are some youth out there in this race. Sheridan in the 0, DJ Christie in the 5, and then you've got Mikey Krutchka. Hard to imagine Mikey Krutchka being part of the old guard, but he definitely is out there in the insulation, number 01, Mac DeMann in that 17, also working the outside. He's trying to make a move for third place on Sheridan in the 0.
Hey, look at this heat race. The drivers with the most experience right now, Mikey Krutchka and Chris Jones, longtime runners in the 360 division. Chris back there battling with DJ Christie and Holly Porter.
I would think this is a kind of racetrack that would suit well Holly Porter and her driving style.
Oh, we got a drone.
But our drone is up there, isn't it? Whew, it is not our drone.
As you celebrate someone else's demise.
For those of you scoring at home,
I believe it's the crew from Friday Night Thunder that are also here tonight.
Our first drone this season lasted 5 laps.
Was it that many? Oh, Adam. Quinn?
Well, guys, yeah, that is not our drone. I immediately looked over to Rudy, and he said, nope, negatory. We did have that situation. Just want to mention this 01 of Mikey Krutchka here. This car, he almost won the race here 12 years ago in the ESS race. Put it in the fence. He was leading on the last turn. This is one Mike wants back. This car is the same car he won all his races with. They found it in the junk pile. It came back around, and that's why Mike's out here tonight. He said, it's fate. My car came back. I got to get out there, and that's why Mike Krutchka's here tonight, guys.
Do we have some sort of Snapchat filter on Clinton Jeffrey out there? He looks handsome on the infield tonight. He's got the salt and pepper hair going. I'm glad he's finally starting to look older than I am, because he definitely is.
I was able to get a haircut this week. Maybe that helped.
Yeah, it does. Looking good down there.
You see things I would never see in a million years, Adam. No offense, Clint, but the things that rattle around in your mind.
It's just bringing that up because on Tuesday in our talk show, right before we went on the air, I was checking my hair, and he said, do we need hair and makeup? So that's why I noticed it tonight.
It was fabulous. Like, you get to see before we go on, we can still see each other on camera, and he's there. It was something.
Had to be there. Back to the green flag, 2 laps in, 6 to go. Aaron Turkey, single file past the restart cone.
Turkey defending the bottom, or running the bottom, I should say, down through 1 and 2, getting a nice drive off. Mikey Krutchka a little bit higher, trying to go where Turkey is not and see if he can make a move. He'll run up a little higher on the racetrack. Mac DeMann in the 3rd spot, doing the same thing, just trying to find a spot his car likes.
Krutchka running that outside line, trying to track down Aaron Turkey in the top spot. Mac DeMann has done a nice job, started back in 6th. He's up to the 3rd spot. If you remember, he ran 1 race last year, and in the opening laps of the feature back last July, had that wicked crash down in corner number 1, tore up the car, and that was it for his season. So good to see Mac DeMann out there running here tonight and solidly in the top 3.
DJ Christie up on the high side in that number 5 machine, pulls alongside Nick Sheridan, makes the pass. Sheridan pulled back down on the bottom. It's really neat. I don't know if we're going to get it from the camera angle, but the design of Nick Sheridan's race suit, you can really see him working his left arm in the car.
He's got that red driver's suit that matches his crate sprint car, and you can really get a good look. Oh, Mike Krutchka into the front stretch wall.
Contact with Mac DeMann in the 17. And a hard shot into the outside wall on the left rear corner of the 01 machine. We can see Mike Krutchka moving inside the car. climbs out under his own power. He was racing with Mac DeMann. Right, and it was in the very spot where the big crash happened last year that ended Mac DeMann's season as quickly as it started. And I thought he might have gotten away with a spin. Let's have another look. Okay, we got a good look at it. DeMann with a big run to the outside. Just catches the right rear of Krutchka, and that left rear took the hard impact into the wall. Holy moly, how many shots of this did we get?
Well, we got Mike. This certainly isn't the way you wanted to get things going. Tough break here today. You know, you look pretty good. This slick track setup was going to be what you needed, but you're done for the night?
Yeah, I'd say, you know, a lot of stuff tore up there. It's unfortunate. It's pretty much all I got. So it sucks these guys don't give it a little room. I'm sure I came up a little bit. It's pretty greasy, but he could have found his brake pedal, I'm sure. He'll get his. It's all good.
I hear from Mikey Krutchka. He's supposed to be racing with the Empire Super Sprints. He's stuck here in Canada because of the border situations, put his own car back together, and a low-budget team. Probably the only guy here on an open trailer tonight, and he's going to go home on it early tonight, guys. Let's get a look at the damage, Ryan. You can see the wheels tore up here, broken off, rear end, and Mike says he's done, but we'll see if the crew in there wants to get him going. It looks like it may be repairable. Maybe they can talk Mike back into it, but we'll see what happens, guys.
Clint, it would probably depend on someone having a rear end, a complete rear end to loan or sell or give to Mikey to finish off this night. It took a hard lick. Hats off to the team. I think we got 4 different angles of it, Greg. This one's from the top of the tower.
Hard impact there.
Mac tried to make an adjustment there at the end. You saw him turn the wheels. He did have a big run on Mikey. And we talked this is part of the shaking the rust off, right? The give and take of short track racing, and then it could have been worse. I mean, that's a hard hit for Krutchka. Thankfully, it stayed on all 4s. The crew right now trying to figure out the best way to tow it back into the pits. Let's cut to a quick commercial here for those watching on G-Force TV, and we'll be back with the completion of this heat.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave Ribs. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Wick perfected fire. Quick Wick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Wick retailer at quickwick.com.
What makes a trailer a Miska? Is it the heavy-duty Canadian steel they are made from? Or is it the exceptional finish that will last year after year? How about knowing that these are the best back trailers in the industry? These are the reasons you buy Miska. So what makes these trailers a Miska? It's the hard-working Canadians who craft them. We are Miska. We are Canadian tough.
This G-Force TV broadcast is brought to you by RS1, 99.9% pure top-grade methanol, the official fuel of the Action Sprint Tour. BestWayBetting.com, where the dreaming is easy. Back live at Merrittville Speedway on G-Force TV. Want to thank you for joining us here tonight. Want to thank all the live fans in attendance for being here as well as they're tuned in for this first ever event for the Pinties. Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series. Also have the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's on the card, along with the Rick's Delivery Sportsman. And we've got the Hoosier stocks here tonight, as this is our final heat race of the evening. We have some B mains to run tonight before we get to the features for all 4 divisions. But again, thank you for joining us here on G-Force TV. I'm Greg Kellman. With me, Adam Ross here in the tower. Clinton Jeffrey down in the infield as we get ready. And we're just coming back from a commercial break where we saw this crash between Mikey Krutchka and Mac DeMann. That's put us under the caution flag as they work to get Mikey's car hooked up and taken back to the pit area.
What a beautiful night for racing here at Merrittville Speedway. This is the last of our qualifying heats. I believe on the track next will be a Consi for the Hoosier Stock Division. We'll also have a Consi for the Crate Sprint, Action Sprint Tour. And we'll have to have one for the Sportsman as well. I don't believe it'll be necessary for the 360 sprints, and then it'll be on to feature action.
Next Saturday night here on G-Force TV, we'll be at Flamborough Speedway for round number 2 of the APC series on G-Force TV. Go to gforcetv.net to catch all the action. Of course, if you're here in attendance watching here tonight, or if you're one of those fans that next week when things open up to 75% capacity at racetracks, we want to see you there first and foremost. But if you're at home and able to join us on G-Force TV, please check out round number 2 for the APC series, along with the Can-Am Midgets and the Mini Stocks from Flamborough Speedway. Or if you're going to be in person at the racetrack, then you can tune in, watch it later that night, the next day, or as Adam mentioned, tune in for the Wednesday night watch party and be a part of the live chat as well.
So our races live on forever. You can go home tonight, you can watch the race. Because of internet connections, it's not always as crisp as it could be. So with the Wednesday watch party, you're getting the high resolution, the high definition that it was shot with, that it's intended to be in, and you get to chat with the drivers. Right, we'll have drivers come out, and there's a lot of fun. We watched Delaware Wednesday night with racers Garrett Tiemersma, spotter for Andrew Gressel, Gareth Gonder was online, so Kenny McNichol, who had a great drive. We'll do the same this week. We'll invite drivers to participate, and we'll have a good time watching the race. Clinton Jeffrey going over there to give a hand to the CAA crew. I think the series might need to travel with one of those bars that picks up the sprint car from the roll cage. It's sort of a cross that goes into the cage, picks it straight up.
Now we should make mention, just yesterday it was officially announced at Ohsweken Speedway that the season has been postponed to 2022, and obviously with the things the way they are right now, there was a different protocol on the Six Nations Reserve. They had a completely different step process to reopening, and really Ohsweken Speedway just wanted to focus on being a good community partner and not being someone that adds to this pandemic and the issues. You know, the Speedway brings in a lot of folks from other regions, from other states, etc., for some of the big events, and it was just decided by management that they would prefer to just start fresh in May of 2022. And the exciting thing is all the work that's being done at Ohsweken Speedway right now. They've built a brand new VIP tower off of corner number 3. They've paved. If you've sat on the grandstand side at Ohsweken Speedway and there's been rain, it's pretty muddy down there getting to your seats. It's all paved now. We've got a brand new parking lot out in front as well. Plenty of great upgrades. Front and backstretch walls are poured concrete now. So lots of continuous growth at Ohsweken Speedway, and it was decided, you know what, let's just start fresh, and no one's going to recognize the place when they come in May of 2022. And I think it was a smart decision.
I think it was. You have to be respectful of the community that you race in. But speaking of improvements, how about Merrittville Speedway as well here? Don Spees and the crew doing a great job.
Yeah, pizza, ice cream, you name it. Those are two that go right to my heart.
Yeah, that's
well,
right.
Literally. Back under the green flag, Aaron Turkey and the highlight man, Mac DeMann, trying to work that outside line, going for the lead. DJ Christie back there in the third spot. Here's the battle for the top position.
Mac DeMann working the high side. Aaron Turkey glued to the bottom as the white flag flies. One more lap to go.
Down the backstretch, Demand trying to get a run, but Turkey gets a good launch off the corner. Here they go through 3 and 4 the final time. McDemand around the outside, checkers out. The win will go to Aaron Turkey over McDemand. At the line, DJ Christie will grab third from Chris Jones. Fifth will go to Jim Hupinen. Sixth will be Holly Porter, and seventh will be scored as Mikey Krutchka. So there's Aaron Turkey in the Glenn Stiers Racing Enrium, number 68.
And not that I like to correct you, I don't. But Nick Sheridan rounds out the top 5 in a car that looks a lot like Jim Hupinen's. But good
Is that
job.
what I said?
I'm
sorry.
No, all good. I feel bad because I make fun of you. What I mean to make fun of you is rewarding. When I say something like Fraser, like you looked at me like you were about to shoot me dead when I Fraser instead of Fraser, and you don't make many mistakes though, so it's not like I can jump in.
Choosing my partner was one.
I, however, live in the world of mistakes, so deal with it.
Looks like B Main lined up now for the Hoosier Stocks as we get set to lock their field for tonight's main event. 34 in total here tonight, I believe it was. Have a look here at the entry list tonight. 34 Hoosier Stocks, 28 Sportsman, and 34 crate sprints. So mix that with the 22 360 sprint cars. We got a full field here again tonight. Look at this B Main. This could be a feature at some racetracks.
It could be, and I say often, people are spoiled, race fans are spoiled in certain places, but you earn that. Don Spees and the crew here, and the Bicknells before him, you earn the luxury of having a lot of cars come to your facility, because when you have a great facility.
Down to the green flag, Mike Klazinga and Steve Shaw Sr. will start on the front row. Then it's Evan Curtis and Adam Classic back there in row 2. Go Fast Teeple back there starting inside the top 5 as well.
Ron Loggy out there, and the 97, Blake Bomberg in the 24, Tom Pearson in the 30 junior, Devin Bacher in the 3B, Mike Thorne in the 55. Braden King in the 48, Kyle Andrus in the 43, the 96-0 of Brandon Swinson and Casey Huffman in the 13. There I go again, not paying attention. Yeah, of course he did the lineup. We've got one around there in turn number 2, bit of a parking lot. That's the 30 machine. Tom Pearson out of Port Colborne. The 30 junior.
10 laps the distance in this one, and I do not have the cutoff on how many transfer for this one into the main event.
Let me find out for you, Greg.
All right. So Steve Shaw Sr. out in front over Mike Klazinga and Evan Curtis right now. I want to welcome you to G-Force TV. Greg Kellman along with Adam Ross, Clinton Jeffrey down trackside.
Top 6. Top 6 make it to the dance.
So there's going to be a good number of cars go home from this one here tonight. Looks like we are set and ready to get back at it with Steve Shaw Sr. and Mike Klazinga on the front row for the restart.
Some fast cars outside of the top 6. Blake Bomberg, Bacher. Some damage to Mike Thorne in the 55 as Casey Huffman works up between Mike Thorne and the 3 of Bacher. I didn't think there was room for a car to fit between there, but Casey Huffman just proved me wrong.
Yeah, and he took both spots away going into corner 3. Bacher works back to the inside of him. Out in front, it's Shaw. And then the side-by-side battle between Klazinga and Evan Curtis.
And I'll tell you, Evan Curtis just closed the door on Go Fast Teeple, and Teeple showed a lot of patience to let him close the door back out of that. We're under yellow. We've got one spun around. It's Pearson again in the 30 junior machine. Good to see some give and take.
So 2 complete now, 8 to go here in this B main for the Hoosier stocks, and then we'll have the Action Sprint Tour with their B. Sportsman to follow.
Top 6 cars.
8 cars will be in the Sportsman B main. 14 for the Action Sprint Tour. So busy night of last chance qualifiers here tonight at Merrittville Speedway.
Nearly 120 cars in the pits for 4 divisions. I mean, that's...
Did you just add that on your calculator?
No, Wesley Shaw put 118 cars in the pits in the chat on GeForce. I don't get to spend enough time glancing at the chat. I feel tonight I'm a little spacey tonight to begin with, so I got to get my focus on here. But I do love checking out the chat.
Back to the green flag with 8 laps left in this last chance qualifier for the Hoosier Stock Division. Green back out on the field. Shaw will lead them. Breaks away from Mike Klazinga and heads down into corner 1.
Klazinga making the outside work. I mean, everyone seems to be fighting for the bottom of the racetrack. He's able to make that 93 dance pretty well up on the high side. Shaw quick on the bottom. Nicer drive for them. They've got a clear view out the screens in front of the drivers. Then it's Evan Curtis and Go Fast Teeple, 3rd and 4th, solidly in transfer spots. Behind them, it is anybody's race. But Loggy just got around in the 97 machine to take over 5th. If he can separate himself from Blake Bomber and the rest, that is an angry mob behind them.
Yeah, it is. This top 6 will transfer. Everyone else will have to watch from the pit area, and that's not what you want to do. You came here to make the A main, and a lot of these drivers know that if they can get in there, they've got good enough cars to work it through the field. And with the track conditions the way they are, I think it's open to anyone here tonight.
Yeah, you stay out of trouble, you get your car working right. The track is going to be wide come feature time because the good is used up top to bottom, so it's anybody's battle. Locking in the 97, holding down that 6th and final transfer spot. Then it's Casey Huffman and Devin Bacher battling side by side for 7th. Not the spot you want to be battling for unless you're on the march towards the front. And I think they're losing a little bit of ground to the transfers.
There's Casey Huffman. He's been around Devin Bacher and Adam Plazik for much of this race, but having a good solid run. And Casey's someone that's struggled to find consistency, but that car's got a lot of pep tonight. Maybe some of the best pep we've seen for that number 13.
Yeah, good to see him have a solid run, even if it is in the B main. You know, I hope it'll feel good when he loads it on the trailer later tonight to know that he's got some speed in there. Laps are winding down, going to be 2 to go. The top 6 have pulled away.
Shaw leads. Klazinga, though, tracking down on that outside line of the 93K. Trying to reel in the leader. So we see Plazik, Bacher back out of transfer spots right now. There's the battle for the lead.
Klazinga still working the high side. Steve Shaw down low. They don't want to do anything crazy. They're locked into the feature event, but a great battle coming off of turn number 2. Klazinga up high, Shaw on the bottom. Drag race down the back straightaways. Klazinga inches out in front.
Boy, he was nice, straight and steady off the corner. Got a great launch. Can he make it work off of 4? He sends it right out to the moat at the line. Wow. I don't know. From our angle, it's so hard to tell. I think Klazinga may have gotten it.
Yeah, we're not going to know until they line up for the feature. Whoever lines up on the inside of row number.
Is that someone's pogo stick?
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff. So the inside of row number 10 in the feature lineup is going to be the driver who won this one. Look at this let's have a look at this replay as they come to the stripe.
Yep.
Wow.
Klazinga's first on the scoreboard. So he gets the win. The B main impressive run is, well, run through it. Oh, here we go. Action Sprint Tour ready for their B main.
Fran Bushart telling us that Loggy's pronounced Logie. I could believe that. If Fran says it, it's got to be true.
Welcome back to the live audience as well, as we've got the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's on the racetrack for the B main here tonight. 8 laps will be the distance going from the pole from Six Nations, Ontario. Driving that True North .bet Nitro 54 variety number 38, it's Derek Miller. To his outside from Kitchener in the 50 LS, it'll be Adrian Staley. Rolling off in the 3rd position, the driver out of Mosley, Ontario, in the CarStar Brantford Bobcat of Brantford 3S, it's Austin Rose. And going from 4th, out of Thamesford in the Oakwood Transport Fast Track Performance number 7, it's Eric Gledhill. Starting in position number 5, out of Delhi, Ontario, driver the number 49C, the Paris Factory Rides, Kevin Kuntz, Matco Tools. Number 49C is Cody Smith. And his outside from Six Nations in the Styes Tree Service Oshwegan Speedway car number 20. That's the Iceman, Johnny Miller. Starting in position number 7 out of Springvale, the Enrium Dynamics Tim's Tire. 14T, it's Noel Teal. And lining up in the 8th position in the Enrium Dynamics car number 69, Josh Hill out of Oshwegan, Ontario. Going from spot number 9. In the MK8 from Oshwegan, the Nitro 54 variety ride, that's Matt Hill. And to his outside, starting in the 10th position, the driver to Wayne Fleet in the Sundance Pressure Washing Castle Plumbing BS39, Brett Stratford. Starting 11th, out of Port Perry, the Town Line Manufacturing Brass Inc., Bondsma Brothers Concrete Pumping 4B, Daryl Peltier. And going from the 12th spot, driver out of Oshwegan in the JR's Riverside Bait and Tackle 77T, that's Tyler Powlis. Starting 13th in car number 48M out of Dorchester, the Horvath Auto Parts Marshall Performance 48M is Andrew Marshall. And starting in the 14th and final position in the 9C out of Oshwegan, the Canada Fuels Nitro 54 variety 9C is Brian Naticoke.
The butterflies are intense at this point in the night, Greg. B-Main, the only opportunity left to get into the big show. That is a lot of cars out there. Derek Miller wants to get off to a good start in that 38 machine. Might be one of the dumber things I've said tonight. Obviously, they wants to get off to a good start. They all do.
Wait, go ahead. Go ahead.
Adrian Staley. This shows I haven't been listening to you at all tonight, because how many times have you said the name? But Staley on the outside. That is the front row for this one. So a couple of drivers with a fair amount of laps, like they're not veterans as we look through this field. Who out there does have a significant number of laps? Nobody.
Nobody.
Not one. Not one driver in this field would you consider not just a veteran, but a long-time campaigner.
Seasoned?
Seasoned. Great word.
4 will transfer. That's going to make this even more interesting.
This could get wild. So Brett Stratford had some engine troubles earlier on. We'll see if they got those sorted out.
12 laps the distance. The B main for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's, and it's Derek Miller leading them into corner 1.
Miller on the bottom leads the way. Staley up on the high side gets a nice run out of turn number 2. They've instantly got a gap over third on back in the field. Gledhill running third in the 7 machine.
Oh, Tyler Powlis reels it in on the outside off of corner 4 as we watch the leaders. Now we watch that battle there from third on back. Eric Gledhill, Austin Rose, and Josh Hill. 2 of those cars right now in transfer spots.
And I'm looking at Johnny Miller in the 20 and Brett Stratford in the 39. Those are 2 cars that I think are going to move up and battle for transfer spots. They look really drivable right now for these drivers. So there's a 5-car battle for 2 transfer spots.
Wow, Josh Hill did a nice job that last lap. He took it down in the moat on the front stretch to get by Austin Rose. And that pass so important, gets him into the 4th spot. Now he's challenging Eric Gledhill for 3rd.
Brett Stratford goes around Rose on the inside. Now he's going to set his sights on Hill.
Yeah, he'll get the advantage on the inside line. Hill continuing to use that outside. Trying to work around Gledhill and get himself back into the top 4. As right now, out in front, it's Derek Miller. Then you've got Adrian Staley in the 2nd spot, Brett Stratford 3rd, and then 3 cars looking for 1 spot. Eric Gledhill has it. Josh Hill and Austin Rose trying to get by.
And Brett Stratford just sort of wrote the playbook on how you can get through there on the extreme inside, and none of the 3 cars behind him are running that line.
Derek Miller this time by completes lap number 6, halfway done in this one, as it is a 12-lap affair. So still 6 to go.
Wow! Gledhill just about put Josh Hill into the end of the wall going down into turn number 1. That was breathtaking. Hill did a great job to get a run to the inside of Gledhill, and Gledhill just didn't move up at all. Now Gledhill defending even tighter the inside group, but that allows Rose to the outside. What a great battle for that 4th spot. Out in front, it is all Derek Miller.
Brett Stratford right now in that 2nd spot. Adrian Staley holding on to 3rd. Austin Rose in 4th. Trying to gain a spot. Eric Gledhill trying to track those 2 drivers down. And Rose is going to get to the outside of Staley now.
Yeah, Staley could be in a bit of trouble. He was falling back into the clutches of 3 cars that have happened to be moving around this whole race to find traction. So Staley's in 4th, the last transfer position as Gledhill heads up to the outside. They have pulled away from Josh Hill in the 69, but there is still a lot of racing left to go.
2 laps left to go for Derek Miller out in front in this 12-lap affair. Brett Stratford 2nd, Austin Rose 3rd. Staley and the 7 of Eric Gledhill, those 2 cars, one of them will lock in, the other one won't.
Gledhill with a nice run up the outside, but Staley doing a good job on the bottom, able to not lose a lot of speed because Gledhill's carrying a big head of steam off the outside. Gledhill going to make the pass at Staley on the white flag.
But then he goes really high in corner number 1, overcooks the corner way off the track. So Adrian Staley grabs the spot back. At the line, Derek Miller will pick up the win. 2nd will go to Brett Stratford. 3rd at the line is going to be Austin Rose, and Adrian Staley will pick it up. And how about Eric Gledhill? For as far as he got off track, he was still there at the line and close for that 4th and final transfer spot.
What a great battle. What a great race.
Josh Hill will cross the line in 6th. 7th looks like it'll be Tyler Paulus. 7th, Noel Teal. 8th will be Johnny Miller. 9th, Daryl Peltier. 10th will be Cody Smith. 11th, Matt Hill. So that's all unofficial. We're doing the best we can here tonight to keep you updated on where your favorite driver is.
This is old school racing. No race monitor, no electronic scoring. For those of you who were here at 7 o'clock, we had a hell of a time getting the stream up. And they were losing internet as well in the tower, so they shut things down, sort of restructured a little bit. And surprising to me, the race monitor never came back up, Greg, but I know they're scrambling in the background trying to keep everything afloat.
I offered to unplug your mic cord to see if that would help, but it didn't. Sportsman, Concy up next, and 8 cars, I believe, in this one. Yes, it is.
So 8 cars, 4 going to transfer because there was 28 cars in attendance. Then they'll start 24. So that's my official, unofficial statement, Greg.
Beautiful night here at Merrittville Speedway. Again, next week we'll be at Flamborough Speedway for the APC Series on GeForce TV, round number 2. And Brandon Watson picked up the win last Friday night at Delaware Speedway. Flamborough did not host an APC race last year, so I'm excited to go back there this year. And they originally had one scheduled, and then it got switched to Sunset Speedway.
And that was
10 laps in this B main.
That was their only attempt, eh? I mean, we saw plenty of quality late model racing there with the Grisdale Triple Crown Series and special events that they run.
We'll be back in 2 weeks' time at Brighton Speedway for basically the same card we were supposed to see last week. So the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series will be in action at Brighton next in 2 weeks' time, July the 24th, right here on G-Force TV. B main for the Sportsman, the Rick's Delivery Sportsman, Daniel McKay from the pole, and Curtis Friesen on the outside. Noah Mamo will start from third with Jason Van Mill fourth. Fifth goes to Nathan Petey. Sixth will be Rob Sauter. Seventh starting spot, John Babian, and eighth will be Dave Mamo. Again, 10 laps the distance, and the top 4 to transfer. And Rob Sauter drops off into the infield right off the drop of the green flag. I think he's far enough in, though, that we should be able to maintain the green flag conditions.
Yeah, you would think so, Curtis Friesen again, high, wide, and handsome, looking for racing room behind Mackey in the 13. He'll drive to the bottom down into 1. And if you're watching in the qualifying heats, that car doesn't like to turn left. You really got to work to get that thing rotated, but seems to have a better line through 3 and 4 this time. The car seemed to be working more to his liking as he runs in the second position, solidly in a transfer spot.
So McKay leads over Curtis Friesen. And then we've got Noah Mamo up there in the third position as the top 2 race down into corner number 3. 3 laps on the board this time by.
I really like that camera view. I believe it's Chris Hawkins shooting from the inside of turn 3. It's a good look.
Here it is here as they really shows the speed. We had that same shot last week at Delaware, and a great angle gets you that speed sense.
Daniel McKay out in front, still holding off Curtis Friesen in the 68, but it's not for a lack of effort on Friesen's part. He is everywhere on the racetrack. Inside, outside, crossing the racetrack. He goes into 3 on the high side, comes down towards the inside, and then right up to the moat down the front straightaway.
That car turning a lot better in 3 and 4. It did not in the qualifying heats at all, and now he's able to get it to work just as well as it's working in 1 and 2 right now. Trying to close the gap on Daniel McKay out in front. And that home hardware number 13. Four laps remain here in this B main. Jason Van Mill right now holds down the final transfer position in the 1 machine. John Babian, Nathan Petey on the outside, as well as Dave Mamo, and of course Rob Sauter parked in the infield.
Well, that's where I was confused, because there's Noah Mamo running up in the 3rd spot, Dave Mamo a little deeper in the field. So Noah in a good position right now, and I don't remember ever seeing Sportsman run that line where they can bring the car in on the bottom of the corner and then there's just nothing keeping it down. They drift up to the outside.
White flag coming out for Daniel McKay over Curtis Friesen, Noah Mamo, and the 1 of Jason Van Mill. John Babian's there. So if something goes wrong for one of the top 4, Babian's still right there in the thick of it. The checkered flag coming out. And Daniel McKay will pick up the win over Curtis Friesen. Then it's Noah Mamo, and Jason Van Mill will get the final transfer spot over John Babian 5th. 6th will go to Nathan Petey. 7th will be Dave Mamo, and 8th will be Rob Sauter. So that completes all of our qualifying. Everything is into the record books, and now it's feature time here tonight at Merrittville Speedway. Again, Greg Kellman along with Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey down in the infield. Set and ready to go for some features. I don't know as though we have any cars lined up just yet.
Looks like they're going to do some track prep, Greg. So let's take this opportunity to jump to commercial, and we will be back with more of the action from Merrittville Speedway on G-Force TV.
That's too many S's for my Spanish accent. Welcome to our online client. I don't know why I keep saying online. Only 2 more to go. Hey guys, this is Jose here at Queenston Chevrolet Buick GMC. Welcome to our first episode of our Car Care series. With fall season fast approaching, you'll want to prep for driving in the winter conditions. This episode, we're going to be talking about winter tires. So a couple of the things you want to consider when choosing winter tires is just to know your driving habits, what type of driving you're going to be doing, city driving versus highway driving. Also, a really helpful thing to know is your tire size. So winter tires are built differently than all-season tires. They are made from a softer compound, which allows for better control and improved stopping. So as you can see behind me, we do have a massive inventory of tires, and we do offer a price match guarantee. So please come see our experts here at Queenston Chevrolet. Okay guys, this wraps up our first episode of our Car Care series. If you have any questions or if you'd like to book a service appointment for your tire change, please call 905-528-7001, or you can also book online at queenstonchev.com.
Well, good evening everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave sausages and street dogs. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
This G-Force TV broadcast is brought to you by Epic Racewear. Race apparel for racers by racers. OSR, Canada's source for race car parts and consumables.
On the pole, the 32 is Mark Fawcett. The 7X is Dave Small. Row number 2, it's racing Jason Fontaine. The Fonz in the 1J. Alongside him is Kyle Pell riding in the 47X. Rob Murray starts 5th in the M1. Starting 6th is Kevin Knapp in the 33. Row number 4, the 19 is Kyle Wirt. The 21 is Spencer Smolders. Row 5, Chris Hale in the 79. Steve Shaw Jr. in the 96 Junior. Logan Schwedick in the 53, Dave Bailey in the 49. They make up row number 6. Starting 13th is Jim Lampman in the 28, Ryan Beagle in the 84 RK. Starting 15th to 37 is Rob Hoskins. The 108 is Zach Bleach. Starting 17th, it's Donnie Lampman in the 28D, Barry Beck Jr. in the 01 Junior. Clinton Nichols in the 43C, Jeff Larmott in the 601. They make up row 10. Row 11 is Mike Blazinga in the 93K, the 96 of Steve Shaw Sr. Go Fast T-Bolt drives the number 11. He's going to start 23rd. Starting 24th, it'll be Blake Bomberry Jr. in the 24. Evan Curtis in the 2 Easy starts 25th, and starting 26th in the number 97 is Ron Logie. Fascinated by Ron Logie's sponsors. He is sponsored by doctors. And I don't know how to say this, so I could be wrong, but it's 2 different doctors with the same last name, but Dr. Michelle Pacozdi, who is a dentist out of the Hamilton area, and I did see another Pacozdi on the race car in a different part of the car, but I couldn't tell what their discipline was. But you don't see that very often, Greg. Can you ever remember seeing a dentist as the sponsor of a race car?
Maybe a dental organization, but not a specific dentist.
Now, Chris Steele works in that industry, in that field.
Niagara Dental Arts. Chris Dickey has had Clarence Street Dental, I think, on his. So
So Dr. Michelle Pacosdi. Hey, can we get a look? Spencer Smolders. Here's a challenge. Clinton, I need you to get Ryan to get a look at the back end of Spencer Smolders 21. Specifically, what it says across the back of the spoiler on the 21 machine.
I feel like this is going to be difficult.
Because given the last 2 years, this is brilliant. And so true. So we have found the 21 car. This is a tall task, but I know that our team can do it. Actually, what they should do is get out there in the, what do you call that machine Clinton rides around on? We used to call it an ATV, but that's not.
The buggy? Well, there's the 21. Chris tried.
Chris did try. I took a picture. So that is the 21 machine right across the back.
Okay, I think we're going to get it when it goes by the stand. Get ready to read it, Adam. Here we go. You're looking at your phone.
It worked on iRacing. Right across the back. Because some of the spectacular things you can do when you're driving a racing simulator. People joked about that because my son Connor does a lot of iRacing. And in the first race this year, he stuffed it into the wall head first. There's no reset button, son.
Is that Sean on the roof tonight?
I think it is.
I saw Sean. He does a great job. I mean, really, all the members of our team do a great job. I really feel like you and I are the weak links.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, that's the advantage of being one of the partners. Is it makes us harder to fire. It's like being in the union.
Wow, that drone is low.
They've been doing it all night long.
Wow.
Oh. We should, if they crash another one, take it. We could use it for parts.
Oh, we got lots of parts.
The Bionic Man.
Looks like it'll be another lap before they display the white flag. And we'll get to it here with the Hoosier Stocks. 25 laps will be the distance. 26 cars in total. I noticed Wesley Shaw was mentioning the Pinty's 100 for the NASCAR Pinty Series on dirt. That is the plan for 2022 to have that event then, and that was part of the struggle this year as well. To have that event, you want to be able to have the full grandstand. You want to be able to bring in the superstars from the United States to come up, like Stuart Friesen was scheduled to come up, and not being able to do it that way just didn't seem like the right way to do it with limited fans. So that is the plan, to have that event in 2022.
And we just got word from Wesley that Jessica Friesen won tonight down at the Fonda Speedway. You might have watched her last night in Knoxville racing with her husband Stuart Friesen, and Stuart would have been one of the drivers she beat tonight to take the win at Fonda Speedway. White flag is out. We are about to go racing in the Hoosier Stock division. Fawcett on the inside of row number 1. Dave Small up on the high side. The Fonz, Jason Fontaine, going to roll off from the 3rd position. He was dominant in his heat earlier on. Green flag is out. We're underway with feature action tonight, the first of 4 feature events.
Fawcett on the bottom, Small on the outside. They're going to try 3 wide with that Kyle Pellrine machine, that black 47X right in the thick of it. Here comes Kyle Wirt now. Oh, pardon me, that's Jason Fontaine on the bottom. Now they're 4 wide behind the leader.
Fontaine developed a bad push in the corner. He took Kyle Pellrine up there with him. That opened the door for Rob Murray. The seas parted for the M1. He drove up there into the third spot, but here comes Kyle Pellrine fighting back in the middle groove between Rob Murray and Dave Small.
Off of corner number 4, Fawcett will lead it, and it is a wild pack behind him. Rob Murray holds down the second spot. Side by side, Fontaine and Pellrine. You've got Small and Hale behind him. And here comes Dave Bailey working through the middle, makes it 3 wide into 3.
Yeah, Bailey using that middle groove, and he is really rolling the center of these turns, keeping that car nice and straight. Chris Hale just in front of him in the 79 machine, looking to make a move on Fontaine on the inside. We have a yellow flag.
Caution on the speedway for the first time here.
Must have been Kevin Knapp in the 33. I didn't see where he was, but that's what happens when you have a black car and you race in the dark. Well, the lighting is excellent here, but there are some dark spots when you get off in the corner.
So 3 laps down, 22 to go here for the Hoosier Stocks. A shout out to Connor and Eric watching tonight from Saskatchewan.
Yeah, we got people watching from all over. We got some notes from Arizona, from Texas, from Ohsweken, Saskatchewan. So they sort out the order. Someone said that to me when we were at Delaware, and they said, why is it that when we watch the races on G-Force, when we watch a dirt race, it doesn't take them any time at all to get the cars back in line, but on asphalt it seems to take laps and laps, and I don't have an answer for that, Greg. You know, the one-way radio is the same one used on pavement as they use here on the dirt. But part of it is training. These drivers are just trained to mind their manners and go where they're told. It helps under yellow. There's not as much track cleaning that needs to be done on dirt as there in on pavement when things happen.
I think the receiver has been widely used in dirt longer than asphalt, especially in this region. I know we've been to tracks even 10 years ago that were still using chalkboards to reline, so it's just something they've grown to know and get used to. And here we are, back under the green flag. Fawcett, Fontaine, and Murray, as well as Hale right now, the top 4.
And Fontaine got together with Rob Murray coming out of turn number 4. That was the noise that I made. And not sure if Rob Murray is going to retaliate or just carry on. And right now it looks like he's just carrying on, although he moves up the racetrack and kind of takes away Fontaine's lane. And Jason Fontaine's car not working nearly as well as it did earlier on in the night. And Dave Bailey, a little bit of a shot to Rob Murray coming through turn 4.
Leaders work through corner number 2. Down the back stretch goes Mark Fawcett over the 79 of Chris Hale. Diving in deep is Rob Murray in that M1. He'll go door to door off the corner. They're beating and banging across the stripe.
And Chris Hale, he'll take it and he'll give it right back again, the driver of the 79. You can see him kind of positioning things. Wouldn't surprise me to see him drive up the inside of Rob Murray. Murray, it looked like a bit of a brake check there off of turn number 2.
Here comes Dave Bailey now working the outside line on Chris Hale. He holds down the 4th spot, looking to get into the top 3. That Brewster Baker paint scheme, the Queenston Chevrolet, number 49, working the outside of Chris Hale now off of corner number 2.
Rob Murray working up the back of Fawcett as they go down into 3 and 4. The top 4 pulled away from Kyle Pellrine. Murray to the inside of Fawcett. He's going to take the lead.
Put Murray to the top spot. Fawcett now back to the 3rd position as Bailey inches ahead of him. And look at the run off that second corner by Dave Bailey.
Yeah, Bailey with a big head of steam. He's able, you know what, I hate to say it. Well, I don't hate to say it because that's why I said it before. It's going to be the driver that finds a bit of racetrack that other people aren't using. And Dave Bailey is a lane and a half up the racetrack, and he is really rolling the center while everyone else is digging on the bottom. That's going to wear out that bottom groove even faster.
One of the best drivers on dry slick is that man in that number 49, Dave Bailey, multi-time champion in this Hoosier stock, Thunder stock type division. And here he is, door to door with Rob Murray as they work off the second corner. Bailey on the outside line. Murray keeping it tight right along the guardrails in the corners.
Rob Murray, a veteran racer, just like Dave Bailey is. A lot of laps under their belts, a lot of laps side by side. These drivers have run. Heck, they've raced together at Oshweek and at Merrittville, at Humberstone, at Brighton. There's pretty much no dirt track in Ontario these two haven't swapped paint on.
This time by it'll be lap number 12 going on the board. Next time by will be halfway in this 25-lap affair. Rob Murray leading over Dave Bailey. And then you've got Chris Hale in third. Fourth right now, Mark Fawcett. Fifth is the 47X of Kyle Pellrine. Logan Schwedick back there in sixth. Seventh is Ryan Beagle.
Steve Shaw Jr. just got all sorts of sideways in the corner, was either able to gather it in, but every time someone does something like that, it bunches up another group of cars. There's action all around the racetrack. Trouble in turn 4, just ahead of the leaders.
So that puts us back under the caution flag with Rob Murray, the leader. For Dave Bailey, Chris Hale, Kyle Pellrine, and Mark Fawcett.
Then it's Ryan Beagle in the 84, the 53 of Logan Schwedick, the 7 of Dave Small, the 1 of Jason Fontaine, the 37 of Rob Hoskins, the 19 of Kyle Wirt, the 96 Junior of Steve Shaw Jr., the 96 of Steve Shaw Sr. right behind him.
Zach Bleach. And the Logie car down there, I believe.
Yeah, Ron Logie. This is a brand new car for Ron Logie as well. And Zach Bleach has been an up-and-coming driver here. His father, Bill Bleach Sr., and his brother, Bill Bleach Jr., have been working on it here. And Zach's been coming in his own. As if you see here, I'll try not to fall in the mud, but if you see here, guys, they're stuck together. So they've got the body stuck right together. The tow truck's trying to pull them apart to get them separate. And then we'll see what happens. Possibly Ron can back up a little bit, but they appear to be stuck here, guys. And this is what happens when the right front of the Logie 97 gets up underneath the 108 of Zach Bleach. And the putting the weight on it, trying to work it out. This CAA crew got a lot of these guys been here a long time. I used to be an announcer here for 15 years. Billy Tripp, Jimmy, the guys all working it out here, and you see them try and rock these two cars apart to see if they can get them separate.
And both drivers still with all the safety gear on. They're still ready to race, Clinton. As soon as they get separated, they both expect that they're going to get out there, tag the back end of this field. So
yeah, they just told Logie to fire it up. So he's going to try and back up the 97 here and see if they can just tear him apart. They're telling him, stand on it. And he's just spinning tires here. Oh, there you go. Popped them apart like a popcorn machine. Now we'll get a look. The big thing is what is going on with the Bleach 108 here. Does it have a flat left rear, or is it able to continue? And then we'll try and get in there and get a look at the Logie 97 as well.
The Bleach 108 looks like the left rear is up.
Yeah, shockingly, Adam, the way they were tucked in there, I wouldn't think they would be. But yeah, there's still air in the Bleach 108. He gets in gear and he will drive away. Now we'll try and take a look at the 97 and maybe the crew can get a look at Ron Logie. Gives a thumbs up. Ron Logie just came back into it. He was racing here about 10 years ago, guys, and I would say Ron's probably been off the track for about 10 years. Good to see him back here in the 97 as well.
Yeah, really great to see some new names, some old names returned, some fashion returned. We haven't seen that kind of plaid like that. Every couch built in the 1970s was that same
Chesterfield.
Pattern.
It was a Chesterfield.
Of course, we're talking about the Go-Fast Teeple number 11 in case you missed it.
Was it just me, or when Clint stuck his hand in there, did you not expect like one of those videos they show you at work of what not to do?
Uh-oh. Looks like Clinton has forgotten health and safety. It's contagious.
Well, the field's lined back up, and I think we may see the white flag this time around. Now, 13 complete. Our lineup sheet says 25 laps for this feature, but they did not give the cross flags at lap 13. Is it 20?
He gave it at lap 10, because when you said that coming up on the halfway, I'm like, no, I'm sure he just gave the halfway. And at Delaware, being in the grandstands, I saw someone come over and ask, I think it was her father he was with, she says, I think I know all the flags, but what does it mean when they take the yellow flag and roll it up and the white flag and roll it up and cross them over? I'm thinking that's really funny to hear that, because it actually doesn't matter what color the flag is when you give the halfway. I've seen it done with any flags crossed, or the double up signal when you want the field to double up. Just happen to be a yellow and a white in their hand. So it's interesting things that you don't think about very often. For new people, it might be something quite foreign.
All right, so that sets it at 7 laps left to go with Rob Murray getting on the fun pedal first, and Chris Hale got a great restart.
Yeah, and I think Chris Hale might be thinking about that move a little bit earlier on, which is why he pushed Rob Murray down into turn number 1.
Look at them behind the top 3.
Yeah, Fawcett in the 32. I'm not sure if he cut a left rear, but he definitely was not getting any bite, and they swallowed him up 2 wide, 3 wide.
Sorry, there was some action mid-pack as well with Steve Shaw Jr. in the thick of it. Close calls all the way around. Rob Murray leading over Dave Bailey and Chris Hale, the top 3 single file, and then from there on back, it's your guess who's going to finish where.
It is wild further back. They're running a lot of different lines out there, but out in front, Rob Murray with the advantage. Dave Bailey looked quicker. Looked like he was going to close in and motor right around the race leader, Rob Murray, but now he's struggling just to keep up with the M1.
Yeah, that car has not been able to get by Rob Murray, and it's kind of that age-old saying of catching them one thing is one thing and getting by them is a completely different thing, and it's like as soon as Dave got there, that was it.
Now, as I said that, I really like the line he found there in 1 and 2. 3 and 4, I don't think he's making up a lot of ground, but 1 and 2, he's got that great line, a lane off the bottom. He's really able to roll it well through the turns, and we've got trouble in turn 4. That is Steve Shaw Sr. in the 96 machine from Merlin, Ontario.
So that'll bunch things up now with 3 laps to go here for the Hoosier Stocks. Action Sprint Tour, Rick's Delivery Sportsman, and the Knights of Thunder 360 sprint car still to come.
You know, I stood up for the features because you announce better when you're standing. I mean, there's just more energy. It's a posture thing. I can't read the comments anymore. I can't see the screen, so giving up a lot of things that were really handy in the heat races.
Is it the angle or your stomach?
You
can see past.
Little column A, little column B.
How many sausage did you eat tonight? Or bratwurst, sorry.
2.
There's a difference.
2.
Oh, replay of the speed shot getting
speed shot goes down. We're about to see it.
Oh. That's the last thing the deer saw. She's gone.
Oh, there's so many horrible jokes. Now, was that the expendable one, Spencer? Like we do have some older cameras in the fleet. So let's... No, brand new. Good.
Oh.
I can't wait until we have a yard sale at the end of the year of gently used equipment. We've got another close call apparently we're about to show you.
Whoop.
Oh, and it lived through that one?
Wow.
Huh. Takes a licking and keeps on ticking.
Well, obviously not.
Well, it did.
A licking's more than 2 shots.
The expression wasn't it takes 2 lickings and keeps on tickings. It's 1. What movie was it where they tout 6-minute abs? Got this great idea. There's something about Mary. It's alive. It's still working.
Oh, it's just facing the other way now.
Perfect. Let's have a going away party.
I mean, we could move it and save, you know.
So anyhow, the movie There's Something About Mary. Did you ever watch that?
I can't say that I did.
It's a classic. And I forget the comedian's name who was in it as a scene. And that was his get-rich-quick scene. So you heard of 8-minute abs? Yeah. You know, the old workout videos. 7-minute abs. What if someone comes out with 6 minutes? You can't do it in 6 minutes. I guess you had to be there.
How does that correlate with the camera?
It doesn't.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to piece it in together for the viewers at home.
I forget what took me there.
Well, guys, here's what we got. Can you see me on the speed shot?
Yep.
Okay, so we fixed. Just got whacked a bit. All our gear is still here, guys. We didn't lose nothing. Camera's still good. We just had to reposition it. We're all good.
20 years later, we've got state-of-the-art equipment and the same microphone that doesn't work in 46% of the places it goes.
Frustrating, man. I gotta tell you, I could be a lot more into this program, but it's killing me. So, you know, as we said, we upgrade our stuff from week to week. It worked fantastic at Delaware last week, everywhere. And here we can't get half the distance out of it tonight. So we'll get some new antennas and we'll be good to go. But
absolutely,
Speed Shop is alive.
I just had an epiphany. Let's give Adam that microphone. Problem solved.
That would be awesome.
Green flag back in the air. 3 laps left to go. Rob Murray, Dave Bailey, and Chris Hale, the top 3.
Down back straightaway, everybody working the inside except for Ryan Beagle. He pokes his nose to the outside of Logan Schwedek, and Dave Small, he's way up on the outside in that 7X as they work off of turn 4.
And back under the caution flag. One went off into the pit area just now. I think it was Barry Beck Jr. Yeah, there we can see him in the shot.
Oh, Kevin Knapp just gave a big old shot to Steve Shaw Jr. The things that we don't call, the things you don't see that happen deep in a pack of a 24-car field, that's where hard feelings are born.
Spot that you jumped, and that'll put the Steve Shaw Jr. 96 all the way to the back.
The comments are flying in now.
So Steve Shaw Jr. being sent to the back.
I guess they're private messages. It got hit again. Oh, okay.
Well, it's good that you put it in a safer spot this time.
Let's have another look. Oh! That's what I saw when I was a kid and I did something wrong.
The lights went out for a minute.
That sudden impact from behind.
It's kind of like Homer Simpson reaching into the cookie jar. Can we have someone go and move that speed shot while it's still sending out a signal? I haven't seen anything from the drone in about half an hour. That concerns me a little. It all comes out in the wash.
So they're working on getting the lineup straightened up here with 3 laps left to go. It looks like it's Rob Murray, Dave Bailey, Chris Hale, the top 3. Logan Schwedek right now 4th. Ryan Beagle 5th. Dave Small is in the 6th spot. Kyle Pelrine 7th. 8th, Mark Fawcett. 9th, Rob Hoskins. And 10th is Kyle Wirt. 11th, Mike Klazinga. 12th is Jason Fontaine. 13th is Jeff Lermott. 14th, Clinton Nichols. 15th is where we find Jim Lampman. 16th, Donnie Lampman. 17th is Spencer Smolders. 18th is Kevin Knapp. 19, Blake Bomberry Jr. And then we have Evan Curtis, Go Fast Teeple, Zach Bleach, the Logie Machine, and then the Shaws at the back on this restart. So some of the cars that have been involved in the recent cautions. Back to the green flag again with 3 laps left to go.
They really got a pretty good launch there at the start. Rob Murray did as well. Chris Hale in third. Logan Schwedick immediately to the inside of Hale in 1 and 2 to pick up that third spot.
Side by side for third. Logan Schwedick now makes his presence known as he works his way to the inside of Chris Hale. Off the corner they work. 2 laps left to go for Rob Murray.
Twice more around as Dave Bailey right up on the rear deck led of Murray. Murray able to get through the entry of the corner into the middle a little bit better. I dare say Dave Bailey is getting off the turn a little bit better, but he's got to find something if he's going to make a move. 1 more lap to go.
Oh, he's right there. Here he comes off of the 4th corner. White flag in the air. Rob Murray has the spot. Bailey will try and inch up. Oh, I don't know as though he got the best corner one there.
No, he didn't, but he got off of turn 2 real well. Rob Murray defending the bottom of the racetrack. It's up to Dave Bailey to try the outside. One final time through 3 and 4. Bailey comes down through the tire tracks, and Rob Murray can't do it. Rob Murray with the win. Dave Bailey second. Logan Schwedick third. Chris Hale fourth. Ryan Beagle rounds out the top 5.
And it's Kyle Pellrine in 6th. 7th will be Dave Small. 8th is Mark Fawcett. 9th, Rob Hoskins. And 10th is Jeff Lermott. 11th, Mike Klazinga. 12th will be Clinton Nichols. 13th, Blake Bomberry Jr. 14th is Donnie Lampman. And I think some of those are going to be changed because some of them headed to the pit area. And again, we don't have live timing and scoring here, so we do not have the official results in front of us. Do the best we can here for you.
The only Fender division of the night.
And they put on a good show here, as always. Getting ready to go trackside in a moment with tonight's winner, Rob Murray. And thanks for tuning in here tonight on G-Force TV. Greg Kellman along with Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey down trackside. Still 3 divisions to come. The Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's up next with their main event. That'll be followed by the Rick's Delivery Sportsman division. And then we'll conclude tonight with the first ever feature for the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series. Action Sprint Tour getting a push out onto the track, but first we'll have a chance to go down and talk to winner Rob Murray down in Victory Lane here at Merrittville. Plenty of photographers and media here to capture the winning team celebrating down in Victory Lane. An opportunity to get some of these sprint cars out on the track and get them ready for a push start as soon as Victory Lane is wrapped up. Again, thanks for tuning in. Next Saturday night, once again, we'll be at Flamborough Speedway for the APC Series on G-Force TV as the late models will take on round number 2 of their 2021 season. Next Saturday night at Flamborough Speedway along with the Can-Am Midgets and the Mini Stocks, and then in 2 weeks' time we'll be back at Brighton Speedway. We'll try it again. Hopefully the weather is in our favor this time, and it'll be round number 2 for the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Cars, along with the late models, Canadian Modifieds, Thunder Stocks, and Mini Stocks on Saturday, July 24th. As Rob Murray will pull it in to Victory Lane down here on the front stretch at Merrittville Speedway. Pinty's Victory Lane. And Rob Murray set to celebrate down there. Takes some work to get unbuckled and get out of these cars, and the added, you gotta have the mask on. And Rob Murray takes that steering wheel off, gets that window net down, and let's send it down trackside. Clinton Jeffrey.
Thanks a lot, guys. How about a fans for Rob Murray getting it done here tonight? Rob, pretty cool. You know, you're always a favorite here. You've been running here a long time, but let's talk about how far Merrittville's come in the past couple seasons under the ownership of Don and Lorraine. You know, lots of new improvements. It's pretty cool to be here on Saturday night, especially when you're in the Victory Lane.
Oh, yeah. This is a dominant track. It's hard to win here. When you win here, you really know it. And I'd like to thank Don and Lorraine and, you know, for the facilities they're putting on lately. It's just every year it's getting better and better. And it's great to see all the other drivers out here from the other tracks, too.
Yeah, let's talk about the competition. I mean, Thunderstocks are alive and well. A ton of them here last week, a ton of them here again tonight. The competition's never easy here.
Yeah, it's never ever easy. You know, I run with Bailey a lot, and he's figured something out on a dry track. Normally I beat him, but now I got to work really hard. So he's great to race against, and so are all the other guys. And I'd like to dedicate this win to, I lost my sister last week, so Vicky, this is for you.
There you have it. Rob Murray gets it done again in victory lane, ladies and gentlemen. We'll throw it over. Quick commercial break here on GeForce TV. We'll be right back live with the Action Sprint Tour crate feature.
Hey guys, Jose here at Queenston Chevrolet Buick GMC in our parts department. Welcome back to our car care series. So here at Queenston Chev, we offer genuine GM parts and accessories with the best parts warranty in the industry. We are fully stocked with brakes, tires, filters, wipers, and everything you will need for your vehicle. Our parts staff has years of experience that is here to help you get the parts you need. So this is the end of our third episode of our car care series. Please feel free to visit our dealership at any time. You can also give us a call at 905-528-7001 or visit us online at queenstonchev.com. Thank you.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave Chicken Wings. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
This GeForce TV broadcast is brought to you by WeatherTech Custom Cut Floor Mats and Vehicle Accessories. Visit them online at weathertech.ca. Pinty's, making great food fun. Welcome back live, Merrittville Speedway, the Pinty's Hot Wings Tour on GeForce TV here in Thorold, Ontario. I'm Greg Kellman along with Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey down trackside, getting ready for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's, their first feature of 2021, and their starting lineup will look like this. Going from the pole at Waterloo in the Velocity Mechanics Inc. ILA Sports number 19D, Alan Downey. Rolling off second from Mount Bridges in the Vibrant Farms Pride Seeds 45S, that'll be Nick Sheridan. Starting in third from Brampton, the Lifto Limited Toyota Industry Equipment 70mm, it's Dave McKnight. Starting in fourth out of Ancaster in the Hallett Home Improvement number 51, it'll be Trevor Young. And starting in fifth out of Font Hill in the Glow and Go Tanning, Glen Home Motors, car number 08 is Stephen Beckett. Starting in sixth out of Hamilton in the MS Road Solutions DJD Graphics 12DD, it's Darren Dryden. And starting in seventh out of Beachville, the Castrol Edge to Groot Hill Chevrolet, number 5, DJ Christie. Rolling off eighth out of Port Colborne in the Maverick Real Estate, Dow Auto Supplies 5D, Jacob Dykstra. And going from ninth out of Ancaster, the 7-Star Express line, Shane Renovations 26X, that'll be Terry Baker. Starting in 10th out of Bloomfield, Ontario on the Terry's Taxi, Elbrook Excavating 84, it's Dan Ferguson. And rolling off 11th out of Thamesford, the Dowler Carn, Vipon Fire Protection, car number 45G, it's Curtis Gartley. Starting in 12th out of St. Thomas, the Oakwood Transport Wells Foundry number 4, that'll be Jesse Costa. And going from the 13th spot from Georgetown, in car number 2, it's Steve Murdoch. Going from 14th out of Brantford, the National Building Group, JDL Distributing, 49L, that'll be Lucas Smith. And from 15th out of Rockwood, Ontario, and the Beaver Builders, Acton Optical, 94, it's Ryan Fraser. Going 16th out of Rockwood as well, the Radio Shuttle, Neely Auto, 74, that'll be Rob Neely. And starting in 17th out of Hamilton, the Petro Plus Travel Stop, Burger Barn, 56, Derek Lemaire. Starting 18th out of Bowmanville in the 31, that'll be Dale Curran. And rolling off 19th from Brantford in the Burger Barn Ace 1 Construction 48, it's Lance Erskine. Starting 20th out of Thamesford, the Oakwood Transport AV Utility 14, Larry Gledhill. Starting 21st from Six Nations, the True North .Bet Nitro 54 Variety 38, Derek Miller. Starting 22nd from Wayne Fleet, the Sundance Pressure Washing, Castle Plumbing BS 39, Brett Stratford. And starting in the 23rd spot from Monsley, Ontario, the CarStar Brantford Bobcat of Brantford 3S Austin Rose. And rolling off from the 24th, final starting spot from Kitchener, the 50LS, is Adrian Staley. 24 cars make up the first round of the 2021 season for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's.
Well, Clinton Jeffrey, we just saw a great Hoosier stock feature event. Now that I've called you out, I'm looking around to see if you're around down there. I do want to hear about this racetrack a little bit. The Hoosier stocks were working as low as they could on the racetrack. Where do you think the fast group is going to be?
Right down on the bottom, Adam. There's still lots of bite. If you can get right up on the top and not slide it over the berm, there is a slight bit of cushion, as we showed during the break there, on the extreme outside. If you can put that right there, it'll work. So we'll see how this one goes. They're getting ready to push off here. Sending all the push trucks to the infield. We'll form up and ready to go. But the track is wide, Adam. It is still slick in a lot of places. But watch for guys to put that left rear right down on the bottom as they exit 2 and 4. And the guys who can get that are going to have lots of bite.
25 laps of distance for round number 1 of the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. All part of the Hot Wings Tour brought to you by Pinty's as well. I want to thank Pinty's Delicious Foods for all their support of racing in general here in Canada. They support so many levels of sports as it is, not just motorsports, but Pinty's Delicious Foods and all that they do to support grassroots racing. And these 2 sprint car tours, just phenomenal. We thank them for their ongoing support and allowing us to race, have fun, and do the things we do here with GeForce TV as well. So thank you, Pinty's Delicious Foods. And if you're at the grocery store, make sure you're supporting those sponsors that are helping bring us short track racing, bringing us all sorts of sports across this great country. And when you make your shopping decisions, do it with those that support our sport and are part of our broadcast. We would appreciate that. And you won't be disappointed with their products either.
No, I can vouch for that as well.
You have shares now in Pinty's, don't you?
I'm working towards it. Gotta follow up with Uncle Tony. Fabulous field of cars. The inexperience is exciting. When you look through this field, if you go back to the start of the crate sprint division years ago, I'm not sure if we still have anyone competing in the class. Like there was Ryan Hunsinger, Holly Porter was one of the originals, Mac DeMann, Aaron Turkey, I'm not sure if he was there right from the start. I'm just reeling off drivers that were part of the crate division early on.
Brad Herron, and Jake Brown.
How about Derek Lemaire? Adam, was he in on day one?
I'm not sure about that, but yeah, that would be the only one. He is probably the old guard out here in the 56, a driver in his mid to late 40s, and he is by far like the senior competitor. I mean, you've got guys like Rob Neely, who just turned 50, Dave McKnight, who's a little bit north of that in years, but in terms of experience in this class. 1 to go, we're going to set him loose. Greg Callan doing a little bit of history to go back to the original, the inaugural point standings, which, boy, oh boy, is longer ago than I thought it was. Alan Downey on the inside, going to set the pace, along with Nick Sheridan on the outside of row number 1. Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's 2021 is underway.
Off they go into corner number 1. And out in front is going to be Alan Downey, where he left off last year. Picked up a win here at Merrittville Speedway. He's got youngster Nick Sheridan behind him running that outside line.
Stephen Beckett quickly to the inside of Dave McKnight. He'll pick up that 3rd position. Heading off of turn number 4, down off of 1 and 2. He runs 3rd. Trevor Young with a good head of steam up the outside in the 51. He rounds up the top 5.
Yeah, good battle right now. Back about 8th spot, Darren Dryden and DJ Christie going at as well as Jesse Costa and Curtis Gartley as Costa tries to get by and work his way up through the field.
Curtis Gartley has as much rear wing, top wing as you can get in these race cars. That sucker's almost standing straight up and down in the orange number 45.
All sorts of action all the way around the racetrack as we see the speed shot on the front stretch. Here goes Stephen Beckett now down to the inside of Nick Sheridan. Gets by him for the 2nd spot. Meanwhile, Alan Downey checking out on this field. Impressive start for the youngster.
Yeah, Downey doing a great job out in front. He's got open racetrack for now, but it won't be long before he catches the tail end of this field. And that could be the great equalizer for some of these cars trying to close in. Stephen Beckett in the second spot. Up to third is Jacob Dykstra in that 5. Where did he come from?
You know, Adam, we talked about the 12 of Darren Dryden, and he is the one guy who's right up on the outside where we talked about earlier, making gains, and he's putting that right rear right on the... So keep your eye on Dryden.
And as long as that line is there, he's good to go. There may come a point where it kind of slips up over the banking and disappears, but for now, Darren Dryden making good gains as he goes around the outside of the 70 of Dave McKnight Jr.
Leader working off of corner 4, already seeing some lap traffic in front. Adrian Staley would be the first car in his sight. Second place right now is the battle. It's Jacob Dykstra. Jams it into corner 1. Found just enough room to take second away from Stephen Beckett.
That rear brake rotor glowing orange on the Jacob Dykstra number 5D. He picks up the second spot just as Alan Downey is about to encounter some slower traffic out there.
But I'll tell you what, some of the fans here are cheering on Jacob Dykstra and the drive that he's got going, trying to close in on Alan Downey, as we mentioned, catching the back end of the field right now. Downey, the leader, comes off of corner 4 to complete lap number 9, and then the second spot is Jacob Dykstra. Then you've got the 08 of Stephen Beckett right now fourth. It's a battle on the outside. Lucas Smith takes it away from Nick Sheridan.
Lucas Smith and Darren Dryden up on the outside, just smooth and fast on the high side. Nick Sheridan is up there. He's sawing a little bit more. He's working a little bit harder up there, not keeping quite as much speed. But now that he's seen Lucas Smith, the way he's getting around, it looks like Nick Sheridan has picked up some speed, and Alan Downey has officially entered lap traffic.
Continuing to work around with 11 laps complete, this time 5, but Jacob Dykstra has caught the leader as the leader has no trouble right in front of leader Alan Downey, and that should put us under the caution flag as Jacob Dykstra was just getting set to get his sights set on passing Alan Downey, and the caution flag comes out with one around, and that is Dale Curran up there in the 31 machine, the high side of corner number 1.
Drivers towed a long way to be here from Bowmanville.
Yeah, guys, Dale Curran, a youngster, he was, I talked to his father last year when they came to the first race at Humberstone. He was telling us Dale Curran is a national go-karting champion. He was a road race karter. He got to be 16 years old, and his dad said, we got to figure out what's going to get this kid to the next level. And surprisingly, out of road course go-karts, Adam, on pavement, they chose dirt sprint cars and to work on Dale's future skills. They said the car control is going to give him, it will be amazing. They're also over by Bowmanville, so they're actually closer to Brockville, which is running on Saturdays when we're not running the Action Sprint Tour. So we're going to see a lot of the Curran family down at Brockville as they develop that class. And Dale's another one of the youngsters, only 16 or 17, working his way in from a totally different discipline.
Totally different, but not unusual at all for drivers to come up from road course go-kart racing. I mean, now that I try to think of it, I can't think of a ton of examples, but you got guys like Brad Graham, who jumped into stock car racing, oval track stock car racing straight out of go-karts. Brett Stratford was a gifted road course go-kart racer, and then got a great opportunity with Bobby Slack to race oval go-karts for him. We see him out here in the 39 machine. I mean, not that unusual, but they are probably right. When it comes to two things, Clinton, car control and bang for your buck. Road racing in a car is very, very expensive. And from a notoriety standpoint, they probably have more eyeballs on them racing here on the dirt than they would in a lower class in road racing. So it is very tough. It's tough to go out there and get noticed, but good for them for coming out here and doing this, because it is a big challenge.
So Alan Downey leads away 11 laps into this one. Jacob Dykstra sits in the second spot. Then it's Stephen Beckett running in third. Fourth right now is Lucas Smith. Fifth is where we find Nick Sheridan. Sixth is Darren Dryden. Seventh will be Dave McKnight. 8th is Jesse Costa, 9th Terry Baker, and 10th is DJ Christie. 11th is Curtis Gartley, 12th right now Trevor Young, 13th is Dan Ferguson, 14th behind him is Brett Stratford, 15th is Steve Murdoch, 16th I think it's going to be Ryan Fraser or Austin Rose. They're disputing that right now. And then we got Derek Lemaire, Derek Miller, Rob Neely, Lance Erskine, Larry Gledhill, Adrian Staley, and Dale Curran rounding out the field right now. So again, without scoring and timing here tonight, just trying to keep you as best up to date for those watching at home, to be able to know where your favorite driver is at.
And what a great start to this feature event, great start to the season. You got all these drivers, a lot of inexperience, and a great long green flag run to get things kicked off. I'm not saying it's going to stay that way, Greg. Hopefully it will, but good job by these drivers.
Went back to talk about that first season of the crate sprint cars. No one here tonight in this division started in that year, but names like Hunsinger, Turkey, Jake Brown, Josh Shawns, Mike Thorne, Brad Herron, Mark Zuba, Tyler Hendricks, Kyle Durnan, Paul Lang, Robbie General, Davey Bowden, Greg Smolders, Alex Hill, and Ed Green were all drivers that accumulated points that first year with great sprint cars. So 15 drivers to what we see here tonight, 34 in attendance.
Dykstra pitches that car sideways, heading down into turn number 1, trying to set up Alan Downey for a move. Downey was up to the challenge, running a really nice line, turning really good laps out there. Oh, trouble on the back straightaway. Derek Lemaire goes around, clips Derek Miller as he completes his 360. Everybody able to carry on.
Here comes the 49. As Jacob Dykstra is your new leader on lap 13. The cross flags are up. Dykstra leads over Lucas Smith, Alan Downey. As things shuffle up in the top 3, Stephen Beckett 4th, and Jesse Costa continues his march to the front. He's in the top 5.
Man, oh man, Lucas Smith has traveled a much farther distance than Jacob Dykstra. He is running the high line. Beautiful to watch him up there. Jacob Dykstra making great speed on the inside. And look at this, Lucas Smith sweeps to the outside down the back straightaway.
He's made the outside work like I don't think anyone has tonight in any division. Look at this, 49L trying to the outside of Jacob Dykstra going down into corner number 1. Dykstra on the bottom.
You know why he's doing it, Greg? There's a road race go-karter who jumped into these cars, and boy, oh boy, he looks right at home out there. Trying to make it work on the high side. Jacob Dykstra down low will continue to lead, but Lucas Smith right up behind the right rear tire going down into turn 1.
It's such a fine line, especially off of corner number 4 with a big moat there on the front stretch to be perfect. So far, Lucas has been just that. Here he goes through 3 and 4 another time. Sails it off the corner as the leaders work around lap traffic. Smith leads at the line.
Lucas Smith to the lead with 8 laps to go, right down to the bottom still. Jacob Dykstra fighting back on the inside, but Lucas Smith going to take the lead down into turn number 3, and now Jacob, whoa, he jumps the cushion into 3.
Oh, there was the first upset moment, but he still comes out with the lead as Dykstra had to go up to the middle lane to get around Adrian Staley. So the leaders continue to work through the lap traffic. They go around Derek Lemaire. Jacob Dykstra will settle in behind Lucas Smith.
What a battle. And Lucas Smith goes right back to it. He's not going to leave that alone. That's got to dance with the one that, geez Louise, dance with the one that brought you, Greg.
As Jacob Dykstra takes the top spot back, Smith on the outside line. One around up at corner 4, it's David McKnight. That'll put us under the caution flag. The 6 laps left to go. What a battle at the front.
Spencer, I think this restart would be a great opportunity for a quick fire it up. Just to watch and listen to these cars, Greg. 2 young racers, and I mean, we've got some great racers in the crate sprint division, but these 2 are ferocious.
That outside line for Lucas Smith, he was working it to perfection. He had one little bobble up in corner 4 a couple of laps ago, but thankfully for his case, Jacob Dykstra was caught in the lap traffic and didn't make up ground, but Jacob Dykstra's been committed to the inside, and it's a great battle. Dykstra led that last lap at the line and holds down the lead.
What do you do if you're Jacob Dykstra? You know that Lucas went out there to the outside, took advantage, took the top spot away. Do you stay committed to the bottom? Do you make a move? Let's have a look at what happened there. At the very top of the screen, you see the orange car of Dave McKnight. Nope, that's not Dave. Okay, there he goes into the screen, and he was having a great run. He was hanging around there in the top 10 was Dave McKnight. Holy moly, who was the red car that just about knocked the wall down? Show that again at full speed, Spencer, and watch this red car come screaming through the screen. It had to be either Nick Sheridan or Jesse Costa.
Oh, that's Costa.
Jesse Costa, holy moly. We need an underwear sponsor.
No, you do.
Saks Underwear should sponsor a segment, the clean underwear move of the night. That's brilliant. Clinton, get on that.
If you keep cooking bratwurst before the races, we'll need one too.
They were delicious.
Oh. We've got a lot of Jacob Dykstra fans here in the stands, I think, tonight, cheering their driver on. So popular here in the Niagara region. His dad, a former 360 sprint car champion at Ohsweken Speedway all the way back in 2010. Man, where's the time gone?
It flies. It flies.
Double D, Dave Dykstra. And now his son carrying the 5D colors in both the Action Sprint Tour and the Knights of Thunder. And Jacob, when he got to the crate sprint car division, he was instantly good. He was instantly winning and became very popular through just that. He had his own fan base, of course, because of the Dykstra family and Dave Dykstra creating a fan base. But when Jacob just came on the scene and dominated so much and became so good so quick, it turned the heads of a lot of folks. And he's putting on another good show here tonight.
He's also a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
Right? Lucas Smith is similar. They're two drivers that I think are very similar, in my opinion, to watch race.
On the edge of the seat type of racing. Another one of those highlight reel drivers. I thought that was a drone falling, but it's a tear-off that's gingerly working down to the restart cone. Back to the green flag. Diving down the banking was Jacob Dykstra. They're all single file. Whoa, that was close. Jesse Costa wasn't some single file there. I think he held the position, though. As we get back underway, Dykstra leads lap number 20 with 5 laps left to go.
And indeed, Dykstra stayed committed to the inside groove. Lucas Smith having to adjust a little bit up there on the outside, having to gingerly enter turn 3, but boy, oh boy, he's found something there, and now that he's got the entry down, trying to close back in on Dykstra for the lead.
Nick Sheridan, Jesse Costa both trying to use that outside line to gain an advantage and get by Stephen Beckett in the 3rd spot. Beckett continues to run that inside line, holding his own in that 3rd spot. 3 laps left to go.
And you can see him, it's almost like he's building nerve, Lucas Smith. He drove it in harder last time to 3. Let's see if he drives it in harder yet again, and he does. Because it's like, I need to be on the throttle. I need to make more gains up on the outside. So he drove it even a little bit harder, just not able to close in on Jacob Dykstra in that number 5.
Down the backstretch, look at the run by Lucas Smith. He's got a head of steam going into corner number 3. He's up on the high side. Here they come off of corner number 4, the white flag.
Boy, oh boy, who's it gonna be? 1 car length at the stripe to the white flag. Lucas Smith trying to get that same run he got down the back straightaway.
Here they come down the back straightaway the final time. Lap cars in front of them. Off the corner they come. Dykstra on the bottom, Smith on the outside, and the checkered flag goes to Jacob Dykstra.
Not for a lack of trying. Lucas Smith 2nd, Nick Sheridan 3rd, Jesse Costa edges Stephen Beckett for 4th, Brett Stratford 6th. Then it's Alan Downey, Darren Dryden, DJ Christie, Terry Baker, Curtis Gartley. What a show, what a way to start the season.
Jacob Dykstra picks up the first Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's win of the season. And we'll get a chance to catch up with him down in Victory Lane in just a moment. How about that finish? What a race between Jacob Dykstra and Jacob Dykstra. And Lucas Smith. In the closing laps of that one, a good finish and a great race throughout. And what we just saw there in that feature event, a think we're still going to see more of that here to come with the Rick's Delivery Sportsman coming up. And then we've got the Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series as well. And definitely 2 lanes of racing that working in that feature especially. Dykstra on the bottom, Smith working that outside line. And that bodes well for what we still have to come here tonight.
What a show. A slick racetrack. It was tough to hook up on, but Greg, it took them a good 10 laps to close in on slower traffic. I mean, every car in the field has decent speed.
Yeah, that's just the thing. And with the crate motors, it's hard to get an advantage, and it really was about what line was going to get you there. And Lucas Smith, boy, the amount of momentum he would get off of corner number 2. If he could get that exact same run off the 4th corner, I think maybe he would have had something there at the very end. But nonetheless, put on a great show for us here tonight as the drivers go across the scales over in the pit area. And then once everything's all clear for Jacob Dykstra, we'll get him over here on the front stretch. We see him being pushed now through the pit area. Down to the photographers down on the front stretch, ready to see Jacob climb out of the car. So it looks like he has cleared the scales, and here he comes back out onto the racetrack. So Jacob Dykstra will bring it down to victory lane. Rick's Delivery Sportsman still to come, and then it's the Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series finale. The final race of the night. Their first A main ever for this new series. And I believe we're going to see the top 3 down here with the Action Sprint Tour. So Lucas Smith will make his way down. And was it Nick Sheridan? No, Lucas Smith is going to drive right down through. Let's send it down trackside, Clinton Jeffrey.
Jacob Dykstra, what a battle here with Lucas Smith. He will work to get out of this AZ Expediting Maverick Real Estate Machine. Dow Auto Supply also on the side with West Side Automotive. Here he comes. He's been a multi-time feature winner here in this series over the years. We'll get him out here now. How about a hand for Jacob Dykstra getting it done here tonight in the first Action Sprint Tour race of 2021. Come on around here, Jake. Jake, solid drive there. Let's talk about the last couple restarts. You had some battles going on with Lucas Smith. He was trying you on the outside. You got to look at what was happening there. Talk about that for us.
I felt pretty strong on the bottom. I was able to roll through 1 and 2 pretty well, and then I see him come around me on one of those green laps, and I thought I should try it, and I just didn't like it. I wasn't too comfortable, so I went back to the bottom, kind of rolled the middle, and just kept the wheel spin to a minimum. And
let's talk about how crucial that last restart was. You really drove it down the hill and drove away. That was the difference here at the end of this one.
Yeah, well, my dad always used to tell me that, start from the top and go down to the bottom, try and gain as much. Well, I can't do this in my sponsor. Jennifer Hatch, Maverick, AZ Expediting, Dow Auto, they were helping us out a lot this lately. Simplistic Linens, 24/7 water. They've been doing a great job for us, and we're going to keep running them races.
There you have it. Jacob Dykstra wins. We'll be right back live here on G-Force TV.
What makes a trailer a Miska? Is it the heavy-duty Canadian steel they are made from? Or is it the exceptional finish that will last year after year? How about knowing that these are the best back trailers in the industry? These are the reasons you buy Miska. So what makes these trailers a Miska? It's the hard-working Canadians who craft them. We are Miska. We are Canadian tough.
A guy like this, who relies on his truck for work, knows that his truck will take care of him, that he takes care of his truck. And WeatherTech has always been the ultimate protection. From floor liners to no-drill mud flaps, to TechLiner for your truck bed, to bump step, to the handy under-seat storage system. And Cup Phone keeps phones secure in any cup holder. Order your ultimate protection today at WeatherTech.ca.
Welcome back live. Pinty's Hot Wings Tour on G-Force TV at Merrittville Speedway in Thorold, Ontario. Greg Kellnan along with Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey bringing you all the action here tonight. 2 features left to go. Up next, the Rick's Delivery Sportsman Division. And we'll conclude tonight with the Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Cars.
Here's how they're set to line up. Greg on the pole out of St. Catharines, the Kenny U Polish Weekend Speedway number 20 is Jay Mallory. On the outside of row 1 from Port Colborne, the Gaston's Auto Sales, Atkinson's Delivery and Bobcat Services, 99P of Greg Penante. On the inside of row 2 from Port Colborne, the Nickel Street Clothesline, Smithfield RV, 21P is Tyler Pachalski. Alongside him is the 74 of David Flanagan. Starting 5th from Thorold, the Mike Knapp Ford Rick's Delivery 108 is Bill Bleach Jr. And on the outside, from Niagara on the Lake, the Bobcat of Hamilton Advantage Trailer 72 of James Michael Friesen. Starting 7th in the Hainers Tire and Auto Repairs 2K, it's Rob Knapp, and alongside him from Thorold, the 7XSO Seaway Power Fluid 16 is Brent Begelow. Starting 9th from Niagara Falls, the 22 at Terry Smith. Starting 10th from Fort Erie, the Bellinger Electric Sterling Lubricants 18R Brad Rouse. Next in line, the United Rentals Dow Auto Supply 1F of Ryan Ferry starting in the 11th spot. Starting 12th from Ridgeway, the Dandy Curbs Atkinson's Delivery 66P of Jeff Penante. Starting 13th from St. Catharines, the Blue Moon Potatoes 8S is Justin Sharp. 14th to 09 from Beamsville, the Central Fabricating Alexander Awnings and Sunroom 09 is Trevor Wright. Starting 15th from Port Colborne, the Canadian Tire Port Colborne, King Street Clothesline number 12B of Emily Pachalski. 16th from St. Catharines, the Willard Concrete and Trucking PVM Hydraulics 7 of Cody McPherson. Starting 17th from St. Catharines, the Barron Roofing Costco Haulage 17C is Jordan Costco. Starting 18th from Port Colborne, the Sterling Lubricant St. Amand Auto 15 is Adam Leslie. The 28 is Mitch Dumont. The 53 is Daryl Fairway. The 13M, Daniel McKay. The 68, Curtis Friesen. The 3N, Noah Mammo. And the 1 of Jason Van Mill. That's your starting lineup.
Greg Penante on the outside on lap number 1, working on the mongrel Jay Mallory as they rumble around this track. And the caution flag comes out. We got Daryl Fairway, I believe that is, around in corner number 3, putting us under the caution.
So we should tell you, Mitch Dumont from Welland in the SOS Stowing, Cutting Edge Physical Therapy. Number 28, Daryl Fairway in the Posner Metal Beach Road Steel Sales 53. Daniel McKay out of Thorold in the Hartzell Home Hardware. Performance Heating and Air, number 13M. The 68 is Curtis Friesen out of St. Catharines and the Reed's Haulage 68. Noah Mammo is out of Ridgeway in the Performance Acura. Pam's Welding 3N. The number 1 is Jason Van Mill out of Welland. And the Mountain View Homes TJ Bay Cobalt Banker number 1. John Babion's from Port Colborne drive the LeMay's Meat TC Deckel 62. And the 23N out of Ridgeway is the Teeny Tiny Angels Daycare Almonte Exteriors. Sponsored entry of Nathan Petey. And this time, Greg, we're going to go with a quick fire it up restart for the Rick's Delivery Sportsman Division.
We've got a moment here before they get things fired back up, so I just got the official rundown from the Action Sprint Tour feature, so let's give you the finishing order there. Jacob Dykstra, the winner, over Lucas Smith. Nick Sheridan, 3rd. Jesse Costa was 4th. 5th, Stephen Beckett. 6th, Brett Stratford. 7th, Alan Downey. 8th was Darren Dryden. 9th, DJ Christie. And 10th, Terry Baker. 11th went to Curtis Gartley. 12th, Dan Ferguson. 13th, Trevor Young. 14th, Ryan Fraser. 15th was Austin Rose. 16th, Derek Miller. 17th, Lance Erskine. 18th, Rob Neely. 19th, Steve Murdoch. And 20th, Dale Curran. 21st, Larry Gledhill. And then it was Dave McKnight Jr. in 22nd. 23rd, Derek Lemaire. And Adrian Staley finishes in the 24th spot. Field doubled up, green flag in the hand of our starter here tonight as we get ready to go back to the quick fire starter. Fire it up, the sights and sounds of the Rick's Delivery Sportsman Division here at Merrittville Speedway.
on. Man, there's comers and goers in this one, that's for sure. But out front, it's all Greg Pinty right now as he leads Flanagan by a few car lengths as one of them just clipped the inside wall.
And we got one around up in corner number 4, and I believe that's Emily Puchalski in the 12B, facing the wrong direction. On lap number 4 at 21 laps left to go. Yeah, there's Emily Puchalski in the Canadian Tire Port Colborne number 12P. So Pinty leads over David Flanagan. James Michael Friesen right now in the 3rd spot. 4th is where we find Rob Knapp and Brad Rouse up to 5th. Started back in 10th, so he's been on the move here in the first 4 laps.
You know, it's just a matter of picking your spots. There's been a couple of checkups, cars getting out of shape, and it's amazing. There'll be 3 wide racing, and someone ahead of them gets squirrely. The drivers racing 3 wide don't lift. They close in so fast on the car in front because if you lift, you lose. If you lift, you're going to get swallowed up by a bunch of cars. It's this is why, as much fun as I love doing the streams that we do, you've got to get here and see it live because there's so much going on at one time. It's amazing to take it all in.
Field doubled up. I believe they're going to come to the green flag this time around. The Merrittville Speedway pace truck, I think, is going to pull off down to the inside of corner 3. Yes, it does. Dives into the infield, and we are going to go back to the green flag with Pinty and Flanagan, Friesen and Knapp making up those first 2 rows, coming back to the green with 21 laps to go.
Pinty with a solid start, he was able to move up and take away Flanagan's line, so Flanagan moved down and took away James Michael Friesen's line, and that's the top 3 as they open up just a little bit on that opening lap over Rob Knapp in the 2K and Brad Rouse in the 18R.
Friesen working by Flanagan. He'll take the 2nd spot. Now Rouse working the outside of Knapp as they go down into corner number 1. And back under the caution another time, and it's Daniel McKay this time around at corner 4.
You know, I'm not a big fan of tractor tires on the inside of racetracks, on the inside of turns. So many tracks, I watch a lot of streams, so many tracks run them, and they do it so drivers can't cut the corners. Merrittville has it figured out. Why don't more tracks run a guardrail around the inside like Merrittville does? Just occurred to me what a good setup that is.
Well, you know what? Humberstone is just doing the same thing. They're working on a new guardrail system too, similar like Merrittville here. They're working on putting that in over the next 2 weeks, and they expect to have practices open. We'll be there on the July 30th and 31st with both classes. And the 30th on the Friday will be live on G-Force. So we'll watch how that goes. But I agree, a lot of teams are happier with the guardrail than the big Ute tires that just tear your car apart.
Oh, they cause so... Now, granted, this inside guardrail can jump out and bite you, but it's something you can clip, and usually you bounce off it. You rarely bounce off one of those big Ute tires on the inside of racetracks. Like Clint says, the front end folds under the car, costs thousands of dollars in damage, and your night's done.
Pace truck pulls off on the back stretch. We'll try it again. 5 laps on the board, 20 to go for the race delivery Sportsman division. Pinty now with Friesen on the outside for this restart.
So I keep watching. There we go. It might have bit Pinty this time. He keeps taking the green and sliding up and taking away the outside lane, but it opens up the inside for the outside pole sitter, and that's what it did for James Michael Friesen. So he's making Pinty's life miserable right now, the driver, the number 72. Keeping the pressure on Pinty's 99P, and we've got Curtis Friesen around backwards in turn 4.
See Friesen's car in the high side of corner number 4 for the second. Oh no, that's the 3rd time we've seen a caution up there in that corner.
Thankfully, their one car spins, so we were able to rack them up pretty quick. Get the lineup sorted out and get things underway.
You You know, I think we have to be pretty thankful and just sitting here thinking about all the cars that we've seen here tonight, the car counts, but we've just come through in the last 16, 17 months. It's amazing anyone has enough money to do anything, let less, you know, race, go to a race. Pretty thankful that we're able to be here tonight, and I think we all need to appreciate more nights like this where we get to go to the track and see drivers putting on a show for us. And great to have more fans back starting next week. And I know there's a lot of folks that just cannot wait to get back to the racetrack. It's been a long time for them.
You know, it's your lifestyle. It's what we do in the summer. And great to see the fans that are able to come back out here and enjoy it. And there's still lots of fans at home watching, and hopefully that continues. But you take away some. It's more than just a pastime. It's what you expect to do. You work all week and you have something to look forward to. It's been a long time for some people. They haven't had that to look forward to.
Back to the green flag again. 6 laps on the board. 19 to go. Pinty and Friesen back at it in corner 1.
This time Friesen running the high line through 1 and 2. He's got a decent run, but Greg Pinty's been just so smooth on the bottom of the racetrack. Here goes Friesen to the outside of the 99P in 3 and 4.
Off the corner he works, and back under the caution we go again. And I've lost track of... Oh, we've got 2 on the backstretch. Cody McPherson and Trevor Wright are tangled up. The bars are locked.
They seem to be. Not sure what the signal was that Cody just gave out the window. You're not number 1.
We did not complete a lap that time. Still 6 on the board for the Rick's Delivery Sportsman division.
Some great conversation going on in the G-Force TV chat about dirt racing versus pavement racing. People do have their preferences, that's for sure. I like it all, Greg. I've enjoyed the heck out of.
Oh, wow. That'll be fun to separate. Both. Okay, Clint, careful your hands this time.
Should be able to just lift up the back of Cody McPherson.
Well, guys, as you can see, the shock tower where it has like the jam nut and the sleeve that adjusts the height on the shock tower got hooked over, and that bolt just kind of hooks up with the bumper. I had to get out of the way there. Wright drives away, as does McPherson. So that was a quick fix back here, guys. Just a little, just tied together a little bit to get that sorted out.
I'm glad McPherson waited until the tow truck had disconnected the cable before he took off, and gives a little how do you do to Trevor Wright. All right, now for something a little different. Spencer's got a highlight package for us, and it's the abuse that we put on our cameraman in turn 3.
Mark Fawcett clobbered it. And this is Jesse Costa right here. Hello.
Whew. We go through more camera operators that way.
6 on the board, 19 to go. Back to the green flag off of corner 4.
Not a great restart for James Michael Friesen. Open the door for Rob Knapp, allowing Greg Pinty to get out a little bit in front. And looks like they're all clean through turn number 2. Oh, no, they're not.
Oh, and someone caught the, is that Van Mill? No, that's not Van Mill. That's Ryan Ferry, I believe.
Yeah, Ryan Ferry's the one that spun, and I believe the 23 is the one that clipped him with the right rear.
Oh, look at Trevor Wright's car.
Nope, it was Trevor Wright.
Heavy damage to the right side of that machine. Having a rough time here in this Rick's Delivery Sportsman division, getting laps down. So we remain at the 6 lap mark. And Ryan Ferry's machine on the back stretch here at Merrittville Speedway.
Boy, and that's a moment where you sit sideways and just hope people avoid you, and sometimes they do.
Even Clint's picking up pieces. Again, next Saturday night, Flamborough Speedway, round number 2 for the APC Series on G-Force TV. Can-Am Midgets and Mini Stocks on the card. Be a great night of action. Brandon Watson picked up round number 1 at Delaware Speedway last Friday night in the APC Late Model Series. And then in 2 weeks' time, July 24th, back down to Brighton Speedway for the Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series. Late Models, Canadian Modifieds, Thunderstocks, Mini Stocks on the card on the North Shores of Lake Ontario. Join us here on G-Force TV. And of course, by then, of course, how many times can I say of course? No, by then, Brighton will be able to have, as all the tracks will, 75% capacity, and that'll be an exciting night for us to be down there as well. Next week at Flamborough, there's lots of room. 75% is a huge crowd at Flamborough Speedway. Brighton, 75% is going to feel almost normal.
I would say so, and you know, Flamborough hasn't put 75% capacity into that place in years, just because it is such an enormous grandstand. Yeah. But I hope people support that show, come out and watch some great racing with the APC Series. They put on a phenomenal product. We're about to go back to green.
How about we do a quick fire it up? Maybe that'll work. Just added another one to the highlight reel right there. Well, we told you we'd get you up close and personal with the Quick Fire Starter. Fire it up. And we have a new leader, James Michael Friesen over Greg Pinty.
Watching Rob Knapp and Brad Rouse, they got together a couple laps ago, but Rouse is kind of driven away from that battle. He's in the 5th position. Rob Knapp back in 6th. Brent Bigelow got crossed up there in 3 and 4. Rouse looking to the inside and then went to the outside to try to make his move in that 18R. That's a battle for the 4th spot.
And he'll work to the outside of Brent Bigelow as they go down into corner number 3. Rouse goes all the way down the track right there on the back bars of the Bigelow 16.
Where Brent Bigelow is getting bottled up is a spot where Brad Rouse's hands are kind of tied. He's got to try to get this run and assume his position. He's got to assert himself to the outside right about there, but there's just no forward grip for that 18R. But maybe as he gets to the outside, up towards the moat, down into turn number 1.
Bigelow not going away on the bottom as they go side by side down the back stretch into corner number 3. Cross flags up in the air for leader James Michael Friesen.
And they're closing in on Flanagan in the 3rd spot, Greg Pinty in the 2nd spot. Out in front is James Michael Friesen driving away. But this side-by-side battle of Rouse and Bigelow are actually closing in to make it a 4-car race for the 2nd spot.
Which you don't often see. Usually when 2 cars go at it and they're battling back and forth for position, usually the drivers behind them catch them. In this case, these 2 are closing in And things getting tight between Rouse and Bigelow.
Bigelow just slammed the door shut on Brad Rouse going into turn number 1, and now he sails it down into 3, which actually works better for Brad Rouse in the line that he was running. It puts Rouse right back on the back bumper of the number 16 as Bigelow closes in on Flanagan in the 70 pole.
Off of corner number 4 comes leader James Michael Friesen, and then it's a straightaway back to second place, Greg Penunte. David Flanagan riding in third.
Rouse again got a good run off of turn number 4. Didn't even bother trying to stuff it down in there on the inside because he knew Bigelow was going to close the door. He's been good under braking. So Rouse went to the outside, and he'll try to set him up once again.
Here you see Penunte in the second spot, Flanagan behind him in third. And then that fight we've been watching between Bigelow and Rouse. Bigelow right there behind Flanagan.
3 wide is the leader in lap traffic going around McKay and Curtis Friesen in the 68 as he makes that move to the inside.
This time by we'll put lap 19 on the board for James Michael Friesen in heavy lap traffic, but he's got a straightaway advantage over Greg Penunte. He's got about a 7 or 8 car length advantage over David Flanagan. And then it's Bigelow, and Rouse has kind of dropped off the scene now from the back end of that 16.
Yeah, Flanagan has dropped off at the Penunte 99P, and Rouse has dropped off from the 16 of Brent Bigelow, so things have strung out just a little bit. The driver in the heavier traffic is James Michael Friesen trying to weed his way through slower cars as he's closing in on a couple of number 1s racing side by side.
And he's got Ryan Ferry and Jason Van Mill right in his sights as he goes down into corner number 1. And as he goes into 1, off of corner 4 comes Greg Penunte.
Is Cody McPherson in 6th?
I believe he is.
Holy moly, Cody McPherson is on the march, and Brad Rouse has a problem. He is slow in turn number 2.
Will he make it? No! That will put us under the caution.
Oh, the things we do for a yellow flag. Almost take the rear clip off our car. Ryan Ferry goes to the outside.
Like the left rear was soft on that car.
Does look that way. Cody McPherson in that number 7, he was involved on the back straightaway in that incident with Trevor Wright, and he is torn through this field.
Do we get to see the replay of how we got this much mud on the camera?
Visibility's been fantastic tonight. It has been dry, slick, but the dust hasn't kept us from enjoying the show.
James Michael Friesen, Greg Penunte, David Flanagan, Brent Bigelow, and I think now it's Cody McPherson into the top 5 as Brad Rouse went off the track. So that puts Cody inside, or will they start single file on this restart?
I'm not sure how they do it.
If not, it would put him on the inside row 3 back, 2 rows back of the leader. And he's charging hard. I mean, he was marching through that field in a short amount of time, and we'll see if he has anything for the top 4.
And I don't really know where he was making up his ground. If he was running the inside, the outside, the middle of the racetrack.
See there the sprint cars lined up ready to go for their feature coming up at the conclusion of this Rick's Delivery Sportsman division with 4 laps to go.
Going back through the field, about 20 cars still on the lead lap.
Lights out on Merrittville Speedway pace track. We're coming for a single file race.
A little surprised we haven't seen Brad Rouse pop back up over the banking yet.
Rain is out, 4 to go. James Michael Friesen got a great restart, pulls away from Pinty and Flanagan. Flanagan looks to the inside of the 99P down the backstretch.
Cody McPherson running a little bit off the bottom of the racetrack, kind of in no man's land there. Driver on the move is Fairway in that 53 machine. He's got some forward bite on the go as Craig Pinty has fallen back into the clutches of Cody McPherson. James Michael Friesen sees 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go.
Oh, Pinty and McPherson made contact down there in corners 3 and 4. As Adam Leslie got into the moat.
Boy, oh boy, they are everywhere. That battle for second, third, fourth on back. This is all James Michael Friesen at the front, but the battle is for second on back.
Final time around, Flanagan's got the second spot. Here comes Bigelow, and on the outside, Cody McPherson digging, trying to get by. David Flanagan off of corner 4. Checkers will come out for JMF.
James Michael Friesen to the win, but who's it going to be for second on back? David Flanagan up off the bottom. He'll take second. Third to McPherson. Fourth to Bigelow. Fifth to Fairway. Then it's Pinty, Knapp, Justin Sharp, Adam Leslie, Costco, Pacholski.
Mitch Dumont, 12th, I believe, is where he will slot in.
And Jeff Pinty.
Whoa! Knapp and Leslie here in the front stretch. Leslie ends up the wrong way. And that's a dangerous spot to be doing that because you got people converging on victory lane in the moment.
That's where the settles get scored here at Merrittville. That's where Bowman and Gordon, I think, had their moment last year. It's right in front of the crowd.
So 360 sprint cars getting pushed out onto the track, getting ready for their main event. But first, nope, looks like we are going to go straight into the 360 sprint cars as we don't see the victory lane folks headed down trackside. And they may do that at the conclusion of this feature event. So, field coming out onto the racetrack for the first ever A main. The Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 sprint cars. 25 laps will be the distance. And your starting lineup for tonight's main event looks like this. Going from the pole out of Ohsweken in the Ohsweken Speedway Racehorse, Case IH number 68, it's Aaron Turkey. Alongside him from Fenwick in the Ohsweken Speedway Racehorse, Enrium Dynamics 14H, the Red Rocket, Jim Hoopinen. Starting in third at a Port Colborne, the Maverick Real Estate, Dow Auto Supply, 5D, Jacob Dykstra. And starting in fourth at a St. Matthew de Belleuil, Quebec in the Four Seasons Forming Mega Pumping, number 28, it's Jordan Poirier. Rolling off fifth at a Beamsville, the J&E Recovery, Julie Swayze Remax, 88H, that'll be Josh Hansen. And starting in sixth out of Grimsby, the Bowen Automotive Image Factor, number 90 of Travis Cunningham. Starting in the seventh spot out of Mississauga, the CarStar Brantford Pinewood Horticulture Services, number 17X, is the highlight man, Mac DeMann. And on his outside from Tilsonburg, the Petro Plus Travel Stop, Burger Barn 13, Corey Turner. Starting in the ninth spot from Beachville, Ontario, the Castrol Edge, DeGroot Hill Chevrolet, number 5, DJ Christie. And his outside from Scotland, Ontario, the Instapanel Styes Tree Service 87X, Sean Evans. Rolling off 11th out of Picton in the Jones Automotive Car Quest, 11J, it's Chris Jones. And from 12th out of Caster Center, the Charlie B. Honey Mudcat Entertainment Center, 11 of Jamie Turner. Starting 13th out of Benbrook in the Nitro 54 Variety, Creative Edge Signs and Graphics, number 9, Liam Martin. And going 14th out of Dorchester, the Malcolm Mills Mill Riding, Ohsweken Speedway, number 1, Holly Porter. Starting in 15th out of Mount Bridges in the Ohsweken Speedway Racehorse, Ohsweken Speedway, number 0, Nick Sheridan. And going from 16th out of Niagara Falls in the Signal 88 Security EMS towing number 70, it's Bailey Hurd. Going off 17th out of Picton, Ontario, the Terry's Taxi, Elbrook Excavating 84, Tyler Rand. And rolling off in the 18th position from St. Catharines, Adjacent Enterprises Bodyline Auto Recyclers, number 46, Kevin Pauls. Going 19th out of Oshweek in the Nitro 54 variety, number 15, it's Hodge, Dan Nanakoke. And starting 20th, or scheduled to go 20th from Hamilton, was Mikey Krutchka. The Insta Insulation Bestway Betting 01K, he will be a scratch tonight. Starting 21st out of Dunnville in the Kingpin Farms Burger Barn, number 91, Ryan Turner. And going from 22nd out of St. Catharines, the CG Motorsports, number 35C, it's Corey Gruel. So 22 cars ready to go 25 laps of the first ever A main event for the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series.
This is going to be fun. Shane Mikey Krutchka in the 01. Not making the call, hard crash in his qualifying heat earlier on tonight. You hate to see that. Our drone is still up in the air. We found that our drone takes a lot of battery power, so they had the last battery. They wanted to save it for the sprint car feature, so it is up in the air once again, going to give us some great looks of the action.
Last few cars getting pushed off. Dan Nanakoke, I believe, will be the final one. And then all 22 cars that make that 21 without Mikey Krutchka will be under power. And they'll take shape and get ready to go racing for 25 laps here on G-Force TV, all part of the Pinty's Hot Wings Tour for 2021. Push vehicles will make their way off the racetrack, and then we'll be able to get these drivers doubled up and ready to go.
Some great looking equipment out there. Fresh crop of rookies. DJ Christie, Bailey Hurd, Corey Gruel. Who am I missing, Greg? Nick Sheridan.
Yep, Nick Sheridan.
Liam Martin.
Well, Liam ran all last year in the 15.
Oh, fair enough.
Which right now, ironically, is having problems starting. They have tried a couple of times to push start Dan Nanakoke's 15. Clint?
Yeah, that's the Nanakoke 15. Nanakoke got the controls, trying to feed fuel and get the spark going in the magneto there, but no fire under the hood of the Nitro 5415, and Nanakoke takes the right-hander, and he's going to head back to the pits.
You wait all this time to run in the first feature of the year, and then that happens. Heartbreaker for Dan Nanakoke, who's such a huge supporter of racing in this region.
Racing is a cruel mistress.
So field doubling up. Race director tonight, Kyle McKenzie here in the tower. Usually atop the flag stand, but he's wielding all the power tonight. Doug Leonard here over in the pit area working tonight. Man, we got some of the best in the business everywhere we go.
Yeah, there's no shortage of talent. I love seeing people get moved around a little bit, learn different roles. As you say, we're the weak link. Nobody wants our jobs. There's nobody to move into these spots.
All right, white flag is out. Next time by, we're going green flag racing, 2x2. As Dan Nanakoke will make his way out onto the racetrack. They're going to stand to the caution flag for Dan Nanakoke, who gets his car out. We'll back it down here for another couple of laps, get him joined onto the tail.
Did you hear that?
Should only take one lap, guys. They've said just one lap. We're gonna move this to 1 to go here, so no delay for Nanaco, guys. Well, 1 lap.
Did you hear Nanaco come off of 4 and try to hit the throttle, and the engine just revved right up?
Drivers clear things out, and I think this time, Bob, we'll see the white flag for the field.
Aaron Turkey in the 68, Jim Hoopinen in the 14H.
Well, that was interesting. Yes, we're racing here. The Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series as the pace truck scurried off the track to the green flag with Jim Hoopinen out in front over Aaron Turkey and Jordan Poirier.
You know, Jim Hoopinen is one driver who I think could mount a challenge on Jordan Poirier. We talk so much about Poirier having the hot hand and being the most likely winner of tonight's event. But this is a technical track. It'll be a tough track to hook up on, and Jim Hoopinen has a lot of years of experience. And this is one time being a bigger driver is not going to matter.
It's experience against a newer driver, but a newer driver with a lot of wins under his belt already. Jordan Poirier in the 28 tracking down the Red Rocket down in corners 1 and 2. As they work it off that second corner, Poirier trying to close the gap. It's Hoopinen, Poirier, and Aaron Turkey, your top 3.
Jordan Poirier up on the outside groove. Jim Hoopinen committed to the bottom. There's bite down low on the straightaway. In the corners, the bottom is fairly used up. But it's an easier mark to hit for Jim Hoopinen than it is for Jordan Poirier up on the outside.
Hoopinen continuing to tuck it down alongside that guardrail with Poirier on the outside, trying to get the advantage. He's inching closer every lap, and here he comes with a great run off of corner number 2.
In our G-Force chat, I saw Ryan Hunsinger mention that running that extreme outside, it gets very dark up there. It's hard to hit your marks. So Jordan Poirier is super fast up there, but as they get to slower traffic, most of the slower cars look to me to be running low on the racetrack. That could be a problem for our race leader, Hoopinen.
Yeah, Hoopinen now sees Poirier to the outside of him, and looks like Poirier might be able to lead the lap. Yes, he will, as Hoopinen was caught behind the 15 of Dan Nanaco. Great battle right now for third as we've got Josh Hansen, Mac DeMann, and Aaron Turkey all at it.
Trouble in turn number 4. That is Nick Sheridan in the Zero machine doing a 360. Keeps the car running back on the racetrack. Nicely done by Sheridan.
And then he had problems getting around the slower car of Corey Gruel. We stay under the green flag.
Man, oh man, you look away for a second trying to find the leader when you put your eyes back on the racetrack is a challenge.
Poirier right now in corner number 2 leads. He's got Kevin Pauls right in front of him. And then 2 lap cars. Whoa, Jim Hoopinen gets by them for a moment. They're 3 wide through corners 3 and 4. Hoopinen trying to clear teammate Nick Sheridan.
Jordan Poirier up on the outside hasn't gotten through much traffic. Hoopinen got tied up back there with Bailey Hurd with Nick Sheridan. Poirier put Kevin Paul's lap down in the 46 machine, but he's not ripping through this field with much ease. He's having to work for it.
Now he's working the bottom side, trying to get by Chris Jones, and Jim Hoopinen's closing the gap. He's caught Jordan Poirier's within a car length now as they get by the slower car of Kevin Pauls, but it's Chris Jones that's really taking the line away from Jordan Poirier.
It's almost as though Jordan Poirier isn't sure where to go. Like, you've got the whole racetrack, but he's got to make his moves in a crafty way to make sure the slower car knows that he's there. He's doing a great job, but Jim Hoopinen keeps being able to close right back in, which he does again here in 3 and 4.
Poirier on the bottom, and he'll lead the lap. That is the cross flags right there. 13 and 12 to go for Jordan Poirier. Leads over Jim Hoopinen. Then it's Mac DeMann. Josh Hansen right now rides in the 4th spot.
Wow, and Jordan Poirier is in a hornet's nest back there, trying to weave his way through some slower traffic, and they are working at using every different lane on the racetrack.
And that was a bad corner run for Jim Hoopinen. He couldn't get the car to turn and lost a lot of track space there to the leader, Jordan Poirier, who's now working the back end of Jamie Turner. So it's Poirier, Hoopinen 1 and 2. Third right now is McDeman. Fourth is being held by Josh Hansen. Fifth is Aaron Turkey. He's feeling pressure, though, from Corey Turner in sixth. Corey down to the inside of him.
Corey Turner moves up into the top 5, as you say. He's made the pass on Aaron Turkey. Turkey trying to fight back on the high side, but I think he's run out of racetrack there. And now Corey Turner slides up, and Turkey drives to the inside.
Seventh right now, Sean Evans. Eighth is DJ Christie. Ninth is Jacob Dykstra. And 10th is Ryan Turner. Started in the tail of this one, so he's into the top 10. And Travis Cunningham up to 11th.
Watching the car slide inside to outside, to pedal from the outside to the inside. DJ Christie out there trying to get around the Bailey Herd number 70. Right behind him is Ryan Turner and Jacob Dykstra.
Leader across the stripe that time by completes lap number 18, 7 to go, and Jim Hoopinen is now a couple of corners away from the leader, but guess what? Mac Demand now is on the fuel tank of the second place driver. Here comes Demand trying to close in on Jim Hoopinen.
This is not the kind of racetrack you would think Mac Demand would be good on. He likes to put his foot down and out-nerve everybody. This is a finesse track, and he's doing a great job out there in the third position, closing in on Hoopinen. Hoopinen trying to do away with some slower traffic, but here comes Demand about 8 car lengths behind.
Poirier now across the stripe, complete lap number 25. Laps left to go for the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series. Jim Hoopinen second, Mac Demand third, Hansen right now holding down the fourth spot.
Poirier back to the outside, a bunch of slower traffic ahead of him. He's committed to the high group. Corey Rule, the next car ahead of him, he's going to have to work to the high side of as they come off of turn number 2, down in 3.
Off of corner 4, 22 laps complete for Jordan Poirier. Hoopinen in the second spot, Demand running in third. Fourth right now is the 88 of Josh Hansen, and then you've got Corey Turner fifth, sixth is Sean Evans, seventh Aaron Turkey, eighth is Ryan Turner, ninth DJ Christie, and 10th Jacob Dykstra, 11th is Travis Cunningham, and that's the last car on the lead lap.
And Cunningham is about to be overtaken by the race leader Jordan Poirier. It'll be white flag this time out of turn number 4. Poirier to the outside of Cunningham. He has a commanding lead in this one.
Off of corner number 4, down the front stretch for the final time. Across the stripe with a white flag back stretch. He goes with Jacob Dykstra right in front of him as they go through 3 and 4. The first ever winner to claim the sword for the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series will be Jordan Poirier.
Jim Hoopinen with a valiant effort to come home second in the 14H. Third, Mac Demand. Josh Hansen fourth, rounding out the top 5 is Corey Turner.
Sixth will go to Sean Evans. Seventh at the line, I believe, is Ryan Turner. Eighth, Aaron Turkey. Ninth, DJ Christie. And 10th, the first car lap down, Jacob Dykstra. Unofficially, your top 10 here tonight for the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series, Jordan Poirier. La Belle Province picks up the first ever win for this new 360 Sprint Car Tour. He'll go down to Victory Lane in just a moment to talk with Clinton Jeffrey.
What a race. That feature event really didn't damage a single car that I can think of, Greg, and that feature just a great A-main to watch Jordan Poirier with a hell of a drive on a very difficult and technical track.
Clinton Jeffrey down trackside, and he's carrying that Excalibur, that huge sword. He's holding it up right now for everyone to see, and Jordan Poirier is going to be the first driver to get a hold of Excalibur. Jordan unbuckling, and here he is coming out of the car. Let's send it down trackside, Clinton Jeffrey.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Jordan Poirier, the first one to claim the sword here for the Knights of Thunder. And we'll pass that up to Jordan, and he'll get the first shot of the sword. Jordan, come on around front. We'll also talk to James Michael Friesen, I think so, here in a minute. Jordan, congrats, the first winner here on the Knights of Thunder Tour, the first one to claim the sword. I mean, a long drive for you, but that's got to be really rewarding here tonight.
Oh yeah, it feels really good. It was a long off season. I felt like I was in my prime by the end last year. So to win the first one of the Knights of Thunder, we're really happy. Thanks for Pinty to putting this on. It's really awesome to have a Canadian tour, and the track was just insane really. I was surprised that I was able to cross the track like Steve used to do. So I have to give it to him. I follow his step on this one.
You're doing very well with your English too, Jordan. We appreciate it. You're going to race in Ontario a lot more. So a track like that, though, it's the great equalizer, right? You know, you had to really hit your marks or you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, I was searching at the beginning. I was looking at the 14. It was really good, exiting 4. But I felt like in the middle, when I was cheating a bit the cushion, I was really good exiting the corner, and all the lap car were on the inside, so I could cross across any track. My car was just insane. I need to thank Matthew, Mario, and my girlfriend to help me to have a super car like that. And all my sponsors too. We got a nice new piece this year, and we got a lot of sponsor with us this year, and we're pretty proud to bring them in victory lane.
It's great to have you in Ontario. Congrats.
Thank you.
Jordan Poirier, the first winner. We'll get over here and talk to the second and third too. Jim Hoopin and Mac Demand. Jimmy, let's talk about your drive there. You had a solid run going, but Jordan, he's tough here at Merrittville and anywhere he races, but you were giving your best.
Yeah, you know, I'd seen Jordan get by me there, and I think he threw something on my car because I lost the rear caliper, so I had no brakes the rest of the race. It was a tough go, but, you know, I got to thank Glenn Steyer's, you know, in this car again this year, and, you know, my crew, Andrew, Jimmy, and my wife, Steph. My little guy, Knox, is here for his first race in the pits, so he's loving it. He's been keeping everybody busy, but, you know, got to hats off to G-Force and Merrittville, and, you know, everybody put this thing together. You know, it's we didn't know what we're going to do this year, right? The provinces can't make up their mind, so, but, you know, it's good to get some racing. I wish I could have beat that guy from Quebec. I didn't think he was allowed to leave the border there, but, you know, we're done, and we'll try again next 2 weeks from now.
All right, there's Jim Hoopin in second. We'll get over here and talk to Mac Demand third. Mac, talk about your night tonight. You were coming at the end. Maybe a caution might have helped to make up some of that ground.
Yeah, it's tough starting seventh. That's the way the redraw goes. Really needed a caution there, but the car was coming on. Everything, just the car kept getting better and better. I started to catch Hoop, and I saw Jordan way up ahead. I was like, we're going to need a yellow, but just a great redemption for me and my team. Coming back, last year we did one lap and destroyed the car, so it's just good to have the car roll in the trailer and finish third, top three.
Solid drive for Mac Demand. We'll get over here and talk to our Sportsman feature winner, James Michael Friesen. Got the little guy here. Jimmy, let's talk about your drive tonight. Solid run. You got to be real happy with how this is going. That's 2 in a row for you. Great start to the 2021 season.
No, car was real good. It just pays off the work we did over the winter. You know what I mean? We had a good setup in it that was just kind of neutral. And I knew on a track like this, you can't spin your tires. And I just never did it. You know what I mean? Just kept the tires under me. And I knew the car, you know, it would stay good. And, you know, that was just kind of it. Just played it patient, kept my momentum, kept the tires under me.
Solid drive, James Michael Friesen gets it done, the Sportsman. That'll wrap things up from here trackside. Thanks, Jonathan, for having us. Thanks to everybody here at Merrittville. Adam and Greg, take us home.
Well, fantastic night of racing, Adam, and first chance to get onto the dirt in 2021. Next week we'll be at Flamborough Speedway for round number 2 of the APC Series here on G4's TV, along with the Can-Am Midgets and the Mini Stocks. And then in 2 weeks' time, we'll be back on the dirt with these very same Knights of Thunder sprint cars at Brighton Speedway with all of their regular divisions. Adam, an excellent night. Great shots. There's one right there in the aerial view. I can't say much more about Merrittville Speedway.
Absolutely. Great track tonight. Great show. Solid crowd. It was sold out for what they could do, Greg. I had a blast. Always good to come to Merrittville Speedway, and we're glad you stuck it out with us, folks. It was a long night. It was a commitment to take in this show, but it was worth making it to the end. Being able to watch what these drivers do, the amount of finesse that they have, folks, you've got to come to the races and see it for yourself.
Thanks for joining us here tonight on behalf of all of our camera crew, and for Clinton Jeffrey and Adam Ross, I'm Greg Kelman saying so long. See you next time here on G4's TV. This copyrighted broadcast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of GeForce TV. GeForce TV would like to thank you for your support and for watching today's broadcast.